welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. The frogs are back. We are no longer doing the spookies, so they are here to join us. I'm not even gonna try the second name for your Twaby. But is that just Bartholomew in your pronunciations is? Is that what that guy's, the little Twaby's name is? Basically? Okay. Bartholomew's. I'm not entirely sure with the L-ish letter with a sideways line through what that's supposed to be. But then M-I-E with the J that we pronounce Bartholomew. Bartholomew! Okay, I like that. Bartholomew. Bartholomew. Yay! The end of somebody's name being yay is great. It's an I. It's hard to tell with this font if anything is an I. No? Is L? I thought I said it was L. Didn't I? Okay, well, anyway. Hello, everybody. Let's settle in. We're gonna be reading. Whatever. We're gonna be reading more from the Arabian Nights / 1001 Nights, collected and edited by Andrew Lang, so you know, prefaced with the fair deal of sanitize and whatever. Oh, it's like a W. Bartholomew. Bartholomew. Okay. We are reading, and it will be, probably, again, sanitized, edited version of the original story, as happens with Andrew Lang. What fun. Oh, I'm like, as usual, kind of looking over the next stuff we're gonna see, and I'm like, what the hell? More to kind of jump around about. Old stories, my guys, old stories. Ugh. But our next story's title is Noureddin and the Fair Person. Fairy? I don't know. Maybe just a pretty person, but fair person is what they call it. So I don't know. That's where we're gonna start with. And oh my goodness, did I make sure that yeah, that's good. And I will, oh no, I forgot, I need to do this thing. Here I am remembering all things. Oh my goodness, Turt. Thank you, Turt, as well. Oh, and Pudgy right after. Oh, we are making a train, are we? Are we making a hype train? Well, my goodness. Yar, thank you. I already gave you your frogs. Turt, there was your frogs. Pudgy, here's some more frogs. Enjoy your frogs. There's all the monies. We needed to check in on... There is always something I forget before I start streaming. I think everything's all ready to go. And then there's one thing that I was like, oh... Yeah, I was supposed to do that. I turned off this one thing. And I have to turn it back on. Ah! I bumped something. Pudgy! Why bits? Why not the cool number bits? It was so close to being noise. I'm gonna do a little pouty because it wasn't noise. But then all the monies. I forgot. I'll take it as you gave 60 noise, 69, and then just an extra one. But you did it at once so that you didn't have to do a bunch. It's okay. It's okay. Where was my... Where's the dumb thing? Did it go back up? Maybe it's back on. I can't even remember where it is. Oh, no, wait. It's in here. Or it's somewhere. And this is the part of the stream where Raven wastes a bunch of time doing things you cannot see. That's fine. Oh, there it is. That's where it gets hidden. Because I don't set things up, usually. I don't know where things go. Get rid of that. No more of that. I'm done. Enough. I'm done. Did you see the way they did that? Did you see the way... Who did that? Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, what? What are we looking at, Pudgy? Imagine watching Super Bowl right now instead of Raven stream. Really? You're gonna watch a Super Bowl instead of a superb owl? Get in here, fat, quickly. Oh, the things I'm doing that you can't see. Of course. Thank you, Pudgy. Well, we are here. And yes, you could be watching a Super Bowl. But I prefer to be hanging out where there's a chance of a superb owl. Super bowel? Oh no! Run! Don't look! It's a bad idea. Okay. Huh. Are we ready to read? Maybe. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna start reading. We're here. We're there. It's time to read. Just above the big frog. Yes, it would be. Oh wait, no. I was supposed to... Raven gets distracted by one thing, and nothing goes the way she wants. Well, now I'm enticed by your Yu-Gi-Oh story. I'm torn too many directions. Oh no. I was gonna talk about a very important announcement I sort of put up today. I sort of put up like half an hour ago, or something like that. The D&D stream has been announced for March 9th at 2 p.m. EST for the start time. We'll probably actually start playing more like 2:30, but that's the idea. I'm pretty sure all the players and mods are good with that, but they will tell me if anything comes up. But they have also been given a bit of time in advance to make sure that everything is all neat, tidy, squared away. I meant to give you a little bit more notice, but there you go. If we have to bump, we will maybe bump to the 16th, but hopefully we don't have to bump. I had a Blue Eyes White Dragon card, and none of that is here anymore. I have none of these things no more. So don't be late. Oh no, it's daylight savings that day? Yikes. I've asked for trouble. So maybe we'll start at 3 when people actually show up. Or is it the other way? Oh no. I don't know. It'll be probably then. Oops. Oh no. But we've got it sorted. Spring forward. Yes. I thought it was forward, but I was like, wait a second. Oh no. Okay. Well, yes, we will start at approximately the 2 p.m. EST, and we'll be playing for a while. We wanted to start early, not a nighttime start, because we want to make sure everybody can join. Everybody from the mod team wants to be able to do their little moment, because they'll be there at the ready, basically on the benches, ready to get subbed in if somebody does something they shouldn't do, or unfortunately can no longer play. Um, it'll be fun. And I am very excited to show everything off. There's gonna be stuff that we keep secret before we are playing, so you'll get to find out things the very moment of the stream. I'm excited, but I'm still pulling everything together, so it'll be a time. Um, oh my goodness. Okay. Um, it's announced. I hope to see you guys there. We'll be playing for a little while. It'll just be the one event. It's not like we're doing a campaign. It's just the one stream. Gotta clarify that. And everything will be through the myself and chat, so it will be emote only while we are playing, and only the players, mods, and myself will be allowed words. So just know that. Just keep that in mind, folks, that we are going to be doing emote only so that I can keep. I mean, how distracted I get, it's very important. I need to limit what will overwhelm me. Okay. Anyway, in the game, the main get Dex is getting rest. Well, and for the main character, I slowly upgrade their dark recipes. This one main character, their upgraded recipes just gets worse and worse. Always for spellcaster deck. I had the cards when, and I still don't actually play, but I had the cards when I didn't know nothing. I was just like, ooh, pretty art. Oh, this is apparently very good card. And then didn't work any bit more on that. So that dude won't get distracted in a motive. I will. I very much will. You know I will. You cannot stop me. It is very strong, the ability to distract. Frogs, well, I only dropped one nuke this time. Stop! None of this. None of this exploding the frogs. No hurting my frogs. Okay. Yeah, I'm heckin' excited too, Pudgy. I hope you are. When I posted it, I did announce the players, so they know who they are and who is playing with them now officially. So that'll be fun. It'll be a good time. I'm excited. I still have things to do. I have things I need to do. But I think I have enough time to do it. I wanted to do it by the end of this month, but I was like, yeah, I have more things I need to get done. Oh, I don't have time. Super deck, removing core field, breaker traps, and draw abilities. I just get stuck with nothing to play. I bomb the honk and save the frogs. Yay! Yes. But let's not bomb the frogs in the process. I'm gonna invite your mom. You're gonna invite your mom to watch while we play? That's so awesome. Okay, we need to lay off yo mama jokes, but I have a feeling that you are inviting yo mama jokes your direction, Pudgy. I'm just saying. Just brace yourself. It's a good possibility. Ooh. Okay. No, she's cool with those. Okay, cool mom. Pudgy's got a cool mom. We're gonna have fun. Okay. I'm getting good vibes. We're gonna have a good time. Oh my gosh. Okay. I can't really focus because I am so excited on it, and I do just kind of want to like chat while I'm just working away on little things, writing up stuff, preparing different cards and sheets and things and all of that. Hi Toast. But I can't, because then I'll just want to talk about it, and then nothing will be a surprise, and you won't be able to actually play it the way we want to play it. So okay, it's fine. It's time to read. We're gonna jump into our stories now. We're going back. I'll put up the thingies again. But yeah, I'm very excited. I hope. Oh, that's not what that's supposed to say. I hope that everybody can join us for that day, or as many as possible can join us. It'll be a good time. Created the Frog Defense Force. Who wants to join? It's basically an anti-bonk side. I cast 9th level power word, tater. What exactly is that supposed to look like? This is kind of how I will go about it if you have something in your mind. What will that look like? But like 9th level, I don't think 9th level. What is this what is the spell power word tater supposed to be, Pudgy? I'm very confused. I don't know, I'm a barbarian. Okay, that's great. That's great. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's not distract Raven no more. Let's let her read, okay? Yeah? No? Okay. We have... Ooh, oh my goodness. Noureddin and the Fair Person. I found a phone of mine from 2020. Can't remember the password. I've been trying to guess it all day. Oh no! Be careful, you're gonna get yourself kicked out. Do they still do the thing where you get kicked out for a super long time if you keep guessing wrong? Oh, clink. Because then you'll never get in. Oh no. I wish you luck, Toast. Try to send yourself back 5 years. I've already got 10 people on that little who's gonna be there. it's excessive. There's a lot of people. Okay. How is that supposed to work? I'm so lost. We have just the people that we have for now. Damn, please. Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to try and bring more people in, but you know, it would get excessive to try and do a bunch of this. So we're just doing a little pack. This is what we've got worked out. And if I have to change too much from what I've already got set, that means that it will make me take a lot longer to get done, and we'll have to keep bumping the date to forever, and it will never happen. So this is what we're running with, okay? It's like a taunt, but it makes them speak like a... Okay. Well, you go ahead. I will... Well, does that mean that... Would the power word have turned people into taters? Or made them... I don't know if tater would have been... Oh my gosh. Oh no. Okay. Can I read? Can we stop distract? And let me read? I say as I distract myself just a moment. My lips were dry. I don't know what to tell you. Snap. Consider what? No! Why do I have to consider cuttlefish? What are you doing this to me for? No! No! I'm going to just read. I'm just going to read. Okay. Balsora was the capital of a kingdom long tributary to the Caliph. During the time of the Caliph Haroun-al-Raschid, the king of Balsora, who was his cousin, was called Zenebi. Not thinking one vizier enough for the administration of his estates, he had two, named Kakin and Sawi. I'm not sure. Owie. Yeah. They have the same A-O-U as Fraug, so Sawi with the Y. S-A-O-U-Y. Sawi. Kakin was kind, generous, and liberal, and took pleasure in obliging, as far as in him lay, those who had business with him. Throughout the entire kingdom, there was no one who did not esteem and praise him as he deserved. Sawi was quite a different character, and repelled everyone with whom he came in contact. He was always gloomy, and in spite of his great riches, so miserly, sorry, that he denied himself even the necessaries. I don't think I've read that word. Okay, necessaries of life. What made him particularly detested was the great aversion he had to Kakin, of whom he never ceased to speak evil to the king. Okay, so Sowie is just this sour grapes guy, and Kakin, um, I'm giving him the benefit of our good buddy, the little cackbird, who's just super wholesome and lovely. So, Kakin and Sowie. Oh, unfortunate. One day, while the king amused himself talking with his two viziers and other members of the council, the conversation turned on what I was nervous about reading. This is not going to be great. Female slaves. Icky. While some declared that it suffered for a slave to be beautiful, others, and Kakin was among the number, maintained that beauty alone was not enough, but that it must be accompanied by wit, wisdom, modesty, and if possible, knowledge. Jeez. Kakin, I mean, I get that this whole place is supposed to be gross, but you're not better for thinking that your slave needs to have better standards. Like, just don't have slaves. My God. And the fact that they specify female make me very nervous. I hope they just mean house. Okay. The king not only declared himself to be of this position, but charged Kakin to procure him a slave who should fulfill all these conditions. Hi, yours. Wait, no, I know I'm not pronouncing your name right, probably because I heard it, but I cannot remember. I apologize. Everything is going pretty well, just that I'm only just reading. They distracted me a little bit before I could get started. Oh, okay, good. Yay. All right. You can call me Raven. I know my name says Obsidian. It's not a name. It's an adverb. No, not adverb. Adjective. Is the color. It is what it is, okay? I did what I could. But yeah, you can call me Raven. Yay. Thank you. Alright, we are reading a story that has been sanitized, but not the fun part. Like, to make it better, this is still about female slaves for some reason. Lovely, we're just getting to that bit, so sorry for that. But we'll see how icky it get about that in a minute, I guess. Okay. The king is saying, yeah, I agree with you, Kakin, but go find someone that actually is all that. Sowie, who had been of the opposite side and was jealous of the honor done to Kakin. How is that an honor? It feels like okay, go find that. But okay, it's an honor, I guess. Said, Sire, it will be very difficult to find a slave as accomplished as your majesty desires, and if she is to be found, she will be cheap if she costs less than 10,000 gold pieces. At first I just saw she will be cheap, and I was like, excuse me, what the hell? Why are we insulting someone that's got a, what? And no, she'll just be very hard to find, and so she will also be very expensive. Sowie, answered the king, you seem to find that a very great sum. For you it may be so, but not for me. Wow. Okay, they really be sassing each other. Oh my goodness. And forthwith he ordered his grand treasurer, who was present, to send 10,000 gold pieces to Kakin for the purchase of the slave. Well, what if he finds a cheaper slave? Did you just pay Kakin all that money because Sowie was being a weirdo? I mean, okay. Oh my goodness. Clearly some frogs in the back of my throat. I need to clear my throat in a minute. As soon then as Kakin returned home, he sent for the dealers in female slaves and charged them directly that they had found such a one as he described to inform him. They promised to do their utmost, and no day passed that they did not bring a slave for his inspection, but none was found without some defect. Yea, people as objects. Defective. What a lovely way to describe a person. At length, early one morning, while Kakin was on his way to the king's palace, a dealer, throwing himself in his way, announced eagerly that a Persian merchant, arrived late the previous evening, had a slave to sell, whose wit and wisdom were equal to her incomparable beauty. Kakin, overjoyed at the news, gave orders that the slave should be brought for his inspection on his return from the palace. The dealer appearing at the appointed hour, Kakin found the slave beautiful beyond his expectations, and immediately gave her the name of the fair Persian. Thank you, Cage. There you go. Make sure the other shout out version too. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna clear my throat real quick, so I will mute while you guys go check out the Yoris. There you go. Okay, I'm back. There you go. So she is the fair Persian. Oh my gosh. Did I misread this whole title? Look at me being an idiot. Not really, but it's not person. It's Persian. This is not a fairy. This is just a Persian person who is very pretty. She is also a slave, but this is what we're calling her, I guess. The fair Persian. Egg on my face, Miss Reed. Wow. Okay. Being a man of great wisdom and learning, he received in the short conversation he had with her that he would seek in vain another slave to surpass her in any of the qualities required by the king, and therefore he asked the dealer what price the merchant put upon her. Oh, wow. How perfect. I'm gonna call bullshit on this. I think this isn't good. This feels very much like Kakin was the one telling this story, basically. Kakin told this whole story. He slandered Sawi, and he sassed, and the king sassed back, because, like, the king loves me and the king hates you, because this next sentence is just, I call bullshit. It's too on the nose. So he's like, oh, well, how much is this fair Persian slave? How much? And, sir, was the answer, for less than 10,000 gold pieces he will not let her go. He declares that, what with masters for her instruction and for her bodily exercises, not to speak of clothing and nourishment, he has already spent that sum upon her. AKA, they're like, hey, I was given 10,000 gold coins. Do you think maybe she'd be worth 10,000 gold coins? Wow, crazy enough. She's exactly 10,000 gold coins. What? I call bullshit. This is, just as I said, Kakin could have gone out, find someone cheaper, come back and be like, yeah, it was 10,000 gold coins. I totally didn't pocket the extra. Never. Kakin wrote this. I know he did. Okay. Anyway, they're like, yeah, we spent so much money on her already for tutors and bodily exercises. Her gym membership costs a lot, I guess. And then not to speak of clothing and nourishment. You fed and clothed your slave? Wow. Anyway. She is in every way fit to be the slave of a king. She plays every musical instrument. Every musical instrument? Does she play a Herbert? Anyway, she sings, she dances, she makes verses. In fact, there is no accomplishment in which she does not excel. She does literally everything. Clearly, she doesn't escape very well because she's still a slave, but okay. I'm just saying, this is a really stupid story. I don't like it. Unless it comes around that she's actually is a fairy and she beats the king up. Stop taking slaves. I don't know. Okay. She does it all. She does it all. Okay. Kakin, who was better able to judge of her merits than the dealer, wishing to bring the matter to a conclusion, sent for the merchant. My throat. Hold on. The frogs, no personal space. They're in my throat. Kakin, who was better able to judge of her merits than the dealer, wishing to bring the matter to a conclusion, sent for the merchant and said to him, "It is not for myself that I wish to buy your slave, but for the king. Their price, however, is too high." Are you really about to barter for her when she was exactly the money? I don't need this. Kakin, not wishing to bargain, immediately had the sum counted out and given to the merchant, who before withdrawing said, "Sir, as she is destined for the king, I would have you observe that she is extremely tired with a long journey, and before presenting her to his majesty, you would do well to keep her a fortnight in your own house, and to see that a little care is bestowed upon her." Oh, okay, Kakin is maybe a little nice. "The sun has tanned her complexion, but when she has been 2 or 3 times to the bath and is fittingly dressed, you will see how much her beauty will be increased." So, I'm getting... Okay, what? Is there 3 men talking about her, or just 2? I'm trying... Kagan was on his way to Kinsey. A dealer throwing in his way announced that there was a merchant and Kakin. Okay, so... Okay, the dealer asked the merchant, and the dealer says that she's 10,000 gold pieces. The merchant says, "No, that's too much." And Kakin is like, "No, that's accurate. Just give her a minute to catch up to, or to catch her breath, to rest, to get clean, and not be weary from traveling, and she will be absolutely worth every penny, gold coin or whatever." That's what they were saying. I was like, wait, is this 2 or 3 people? This is 3 people. And then Kakin thanked the merchant for his advice and determined to follow it. Wait, what? Shouldn't that be the other way around? Anyway, he gave the beautiful Persian an apartment near to that of his wife, whom he charged to treat her as befitting a lady destined for the king, and to order for her the most magnificent garments. Don't put yourself down, Pudgy. You're worth at least 10. 10 pennies. Let's not do the money for people, though. I can't. I don't like... Dress her up, they say. All right. Before bidding adieu to the fair person, he said to her, "No happiness can be greater than what I have procured for you. Judge for yourself. You now belong to the king. I have, however, to warn you of one thing." Oh, no. "I have a son who, though not wanting in sense, is young, foolish, and headstrong, and I charge you to keep him at a distance." This king's gonna not get the girl because there's a boy involved. Oh, no. Hey, a talking potato is worth more than 10 pennies. Pudgy, you're a talking potato. I think it's fair. Hi, boy. Welcome in. Okay. "Watch out for my son." The Persian thanks him for his advice and promised to profit by it. Noureddin, for so the vizier's son was named, went freely in and out of his mother's apartments. Yep. Noureddin, you're gonna keep this girl from the... You can at least type on a computer or something. You can talk that way. You're talking to me right now, Budgie. Oh my goodness. The giggles you are giving me are helping me loose every frow stuck in my throat. So that is good. All right. Um, yeah, Noureddin is the son, and so you just know he's gonna get with her. They're gonna get out. Howdy. Um, he went in and out of his mother's apartments. He was young, well made, and agreeable, and had the gift of charming all with whom he came in contact. Well, yeah. As soon as he saw the beautiful Persian, and though aware that she was destined for the king, he let himself be carried away by her charms, and determined at once to use every means in his power to retain her for himself. Yay! The Persian was equally captivated by Noureddin, and said to herself, "The vizier does me too great honor in buying me for the king. I should esteem myself very happy if he would give me to his son. Yes, it was too great an honor to go to the king. You're not worthy, right? No, just ah." Noureddin availed himself of every opportunity to gaze upon her beauty, to talk and laugh with her, and never would have left her side if his mother had not forced him. "But Mom, she's pretty." Mom. This is exactly why we make these little frowns. Those guys are for this precise moment. um, some time having elapsed on account of the long journey, since the beautiful oh my goodness since the beautiful Persian had been to the bath, 5 or 6 days after her purchase, the vizier's wife gave orders that the bath should be heated for her, and that her own female slaves should attend her there, and afterwards should array her in a magnificent dress that had been prepared for her. The slaves got slaves. Oh my gosh. No, it's the mother is setting her slaves to clean up this slave because it's the king's slave. Okay. Her toilet completed. her toilet completed. I'm sure they. I'm sure this is just a mistranslation to modern, but her toilet completed. Oh my gosh. The beautiful Persian came to present herself to the vizier's wife. "Sorry, lady, I had to take a shit, I guess." um, she hardly recognized her. So greatly was her beauty increased. You ever have to shit so bad that you're ugly? No, I don't like this. No, I love it. It's what it says, Cage. She she completed her toilet and then she was prettier. That's what happened. I didn't choose this. It's just what happened. Oh no. I can't. Okay. Why? Why are these stories like this? I feel compelled to put this into a story myself. The idea that that she had to wait 5 or 6 days to shit, and then she was pretty. It would have been specifically helpful if they said when they were like, "Oh, she's not worth that much," to be like, "Well, this is how much she's worth before, and then this is how much she's worth after." 'Cause that would make it a very expensive poop. Okay. Like the diamond encrusted one from American Dad. Anybody know that bit? Oh my goodness. Get out of here, you robot. Don't like you, bot. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Kissing her hand, the beautiful slave said, "Madam, I do not know how you find me in this dress that you have had prepared to me. You have had prepared for me. Your women assure me that it suits me so well that they hardly knew me. If it is the truth they tell me and not flattery, it is to you I owe the transformation." You know what I'm talking about? Thank you. My daughter, answered the vizier's wife. They do not flatter you. You're calling her daughter? Wow. They do not flatter you. I myself hardly recognized you. The improvement is not due to the dress alone, but largely to the beautifying effects of the bath. I am so struck by its results that I would try it on myself. So she's got a pretty dress and she had a bath, but the way they said it, the one paragraph thoroughly implied that it was not the bathing that did it. But okay. Acting forthwith on this decision, she ordered 2 little slaves. Why do these ones have to be little? During her absence, to watch over the beautiful Persian and not allow Noureddin to enter should he come. Okay, she's too pretty. Keep my son away from her. She had no sooner gone than he arrived, and not finding his mother in her apartment, would have sought her in that of the Persian. The 2 little slaves barred the entrance, saying that his mother had given orders that he was not to be admitted. But they're little. He's gonna be able to push past. We've specified that they're little. It's gonna be real easy. They're so kickable. They're little. They're little. Oh, no. He did not kick them. He'd taken each by an arm, so he just grabbed both of them up. He put them out of the anteroom and shut the door. Then they rushed to the bath, informing their mistress with shrieks and tears that Noureddin had driven them away by force and gone in. Maybe she should have picked bigger people to guard the door. This news caused great consternation to the lady, who, dressing herself as quickly as possible, hastened to the apartment of the fair Persian to find that Noureddin had already gone out. Much astonished to see the vizier's wife enter in tears, the Persian asked what misfortune had happened. "What?" exclaimed the lady. "You ask me that, knowing that my son Noureddin has been alone with you?" "But, madam," inquired the Persian, "what harm is there in that?" "Well, lady, thank you for the raid. FT wastes. Every time FTW, I'm like, for the winastes. But that's not it. Hello. Welcome in. Get cozy." My throat. I need more water. Oh, dunk. Welcome in. Bring your butt in. Good to see you. I'll give a moment. Ooh. You guys playing spoopy stuff again? Looks like it's all spoopy stuff. Welcome in. Get cozy. I am reading the story, and it's interesting. It's not my secret, Pudgy. It's not mine. It's this weird slave lady's super secret. Yes, it looked like it was spooky, but maybe it's not spooky. I hope you had a great stream, and if you have to go and get stuff sorted out, get rest, please do that. Everybody, that is raiding in, hi, I'm Raven, and yeah, we're in the middle of a story that's a little bit wild. Basically, there's a king that wants a slave. Ew, we don't like that, but it's what this story calls for. Once this slave girl but he demands that we do good quality slave girls, and his two viziers are like arguing about qualities, and the one says, well, she should be all these things, and the king says, yeah, okay, here's some money and go do that. And the vizier finds somebody eventually that's a really lovely lady, and she's called the Fair Persian because she's Persian and very pretty. There you go. But she wasn't looking her best after traveling, and they say, okay, we'll give her a fortnight where she stays with my wife, and she'll bathe and rest, and then she'll be good. And that's lovely. But the vizier has a son, Noureddin, and I think you can tell by that title that means these two are kind of gonna definitely get together. But Noureddin keeps trying to visit, and they've definitely fallen for each other. So this is a problem because she needs to go be slave to the king, and this is Noureddin's dad's job on the line too. But basically there was one paragraph that implied that she went to the bathroom, not bathe, but just went to the bathroom to get pretty. So she had 5 or 6 days where she didn't, and then ta-da, it was bathroom time, and then she came out of the bathroom pretty. So she shat her she shitted herself pretty. And that's gonna keep making me giggle. I don't know what to tell you. That's our secret for getting pretty, apparently, from her. I don't know. Go try it. My lungs are crackling. Hold on, I need to cough. Okay, here we go. Now the lady has been all prettied up, and the son wanted to show up soon. The vizier's wife, the mother of the guy, is like, okay, well, I'll put 2 people at the door, but she specifically chose little folks. Like, they've been saying her slaves, their slaves, whatever's, and then this time they're like 2 little slaves, and I'm like, why do you choose the little ones to be the security guards? Of course this is going to fail. And so, yeah, when Noureddin comes home, he gets rid of the slaves. He literally picks them up, puts them outside, shuts the door. And the wife, the mother, charges into the slave girl's room, the girl that is pretty, and is like, where is he? And she's like, what's going on? She's like, well, Noureddin's been alone with you, don't you know that? And she's like, what's the problem with that? And now that's where we are. How? Has my husband not told you that you are destined for the king? And she says, certainly, but Noureddin has just been to tell me that his father has changed his mind and has bestowed me upon him. I believed him, and so great is my affection for Noureddin that I would willingly pass my life with him. Aw, honey, you got lied to. Why would you just trust him? Why? Would to heaven, exclaimed the wife of the vizier, that what you say were true, but Noureddin has deceived you, and his father will sacrifice him in vengeance for the wrong he has done. So saying, she wept bitterly, and all her slaves wept with her. I have to wonder, when they say she wept, I think it's the wife, but I don't know. And I am a little nervous. Noureddin has been alone with you. Did they get up to anything? Considering the timing of this, I would think that he had maybe a minute. So if they did anything, well, first he had to say those words. He had to say, my father changed his mind, bestowed you upon me. Okay, that's not very long. If he's really done with whatever being alone with her that fast and left... Whoops, buddy, you didn't... Okay, Noureddin, alright. Oopsie daisy, gotta kill me son now. Yeah, sounds like, I guess, probably. We'll see. Kakin, entering shortly after this, was much astonished to find his wife and her slaves in tears, and the beautiful Persian greatly perturbed. He inquired the cause, but for some time no answer was forthcoming. When his wife was at length sufficiently calm to inform him of what had happened, his rage and mortification knew no bounds. Wringing his hands and rending his beard, he exclaimed, "Wretched son, thou destroyest not only thyself but thy father. The king will shed not only thy blood, but mine." His wife tried to console him, saying, "Do not torment yourself. With the sale of my jewels I will obtain 10,000 gold pieces." Why is it 10,000 gold pieces on the dot every time? "And with this sum you will buy another slave." "Do not suppose," replied her husband, "that is the loss of the memory that it is the loss of money that affects me. My honor is at stake, and that is more precious to me than all my wealth. You know that Saoi is my mortal enemy. He will relate all this to the king, and you will see the consequences that will ensue." I knew it wasn't just like, hey, this guy's cool and the other guy's all sour about it. It's definitely that these two are fighting, and we're getting to hear about it from the one guy's point of view. This is all definitely written by Kakin. It was too on the dot. It was too perfect. I will also say, yeah, they're definitely like, this is definitely Andrew Lang's probably sanitization, but they "My son Noureddin has been alone with you" is definitely code for, did he just fuck you? Did he do that? And she's like, what? Ma'am, what's wrong? So the son definitely lied to get laid, so that's fun. And again, the fact that he was there, said his stuff, got busy, and managed to completely disappear that quickly is not a good sign for the poor young man. Just saying. Okay. This is no good. It must be what she said. I mean, that has to be. And this poor girl's like, lady, why are you asking me? She knew better, but she's not crying. She's just annoyed. And it makes me giggle all the more. Like the mother and the slaves were all crying, but the beautiful Persian, greatly perturbed, is all her description is. She's just annoyed as hell. Okay. "My lord," said his wife, "I am quite aware of Saoi's baseness, base, and that he is capable of playing you this malicious trick." How did he's not involved. I'm gonna guess that the reality of this is that Saoi's actually a chill dude. He's just like, guys, why? That's gonna be hard to do. Find a slave that cool is gonna be difficult. And the king's like, don't be pessimistic. And then Kakin's like, I'm better than you. And then all of this. Saoi's probably just a reasonable dude. I'm just gonna call it. God, how can he or anyone else know what takes place in this house? Exactly. Even if you are suspected and the king accuses you, you have only to say that after examining the slave, you did not find her worthy of his majesty. Reassure yourself and send to the dealers saying that you are not satisfied and wish them to find you another slave. Okay. I mean, she's shit for this and everything. Oh no, there's no cry. Maybe that's what they were really going after. Oh no, I can't do this. Okay, so mother, wife, she's saying, just get another one. Just get another one. They don't know. And okay, this advice appearing reasonable, Kakin decided to follow it, but his wrath against his son did not abate. Okay, so the next time we see him, we're gonna whoop his ass. Okay. Noureddin dared not appear all that day, and fearing to take refuge with his usual associates in case his father should seek him there, he spent the day in a secluded garden where he was not known. So he was so embarrassed what he did with the Persian girl, he ran away. I feel like also the specific words that the Persian used way back when, like, did my son just? She was like, "Madam, what harm is there in that? To you were alone." I think is basically. Oh my gosh, I'm surprised we're getting this direct and saucy, but this story went there. Um, that poor girl's like, yeah, he ruined my dress, but like that's about it. That's about all he did. So I don't see the point in you guys getting so upset. But they're all like, "Oh no, he didn't." She's like, "He didn't do shit." Oh no. She's just annoyed as hell at all of this. And he's all embarrassed and he doesn't want to show his face because he knows he fucked up, but also like he did not do well. Just as me. If my headcanon of the reality of this situation, Kakin and Sally are just like coworkers that are like a little bit at odds. Sally's not that bad a guy. Sally's just like a realist. And Kakin has a big complex about it. The king's a little bit of a shit being sassy, stirring their bullshit, and this. I'm just saying that is between the lines. Okay. He had left where he was not known. He did not return home until after his father had gone to bed and went out early next morning before the vizier awoke. And these precautions he kept up during an entire month. He didn't show his face for a month. Did he try to talk to his lady? Did he? Or did he just hide? His mother, though, knowing very well that he returned to the house every evening, dared not ask her husband to pardon him. At length she took courage and said, "My lord, I know that a son could not act more basely towards his father than Noureddin has done towards you. But after all, will you now pardon him? Do you not consider the harm you may be doing yourself, and fear that malicious people, seeking the cause of your estrangement, may guess the real one?" "Madam," replied the vizier, "what you say is very just, but I cannot pardon Noureddin before I have mortified him as he deserves." "He will be sufficiently punished," answered the lady, "if you do as I suggest. In the evening, when he returns home, lie in wait for him and pretend that you will slay him. I will come to his aid, and while pointing out that you only yield his life at my supplications, you can force him to take the beautiful Persian on any conditions you please." "You're still going to give her away? What?" Kakin agreed to follow this plan, and everything took place as arranged. On Noureddin's return, Kakin pretended to be about to slay him, but yielding to his wife's intercession, and said to his son, "You owe your life to your mother. I pardon you on her intercession, and on the conditions that you take the beautiful Persian for your wife, and not your slave, that you never sell her, nor put her away." Okay, well, at least we're like, she's too good a lady to be doing this stuff too. But, really, anybody is. You shouldn't be treating nobody like that, but fine. But okay, they're like, "Hey, don't just ignore this lady. What's done is done." Okay. Noureddin, not hoping for so great indulgence, thanked his father and vowed to do as he desired. Kakin was at great pains frequently to speak to the king of the difficulties attending the commission he had given him. What? But some whispers of what had actually taken place did reach Sally's ears. Oh ho ho ho! Okay, so then Kakin had to explain what happened, but like the way his wife did, was very careful about it. It was difficult, but somehow whispers got to Sawi. More than a year after these events, the minister took a chill evening bath. It literally says took a chill evening, leaving the bath. Oh, okay, no, he got Raven misread. He gets chilly, leaving the bath while still heated to go on important business. I don't exactly know what this is supposed to be saying, but this resulted in inflammation of the lungs. Oh. So he got a cold, I guess, which rapidly increased. The vizier, feeling that his end was at hand, sent for Noureddin and charged him with his dying breath never to part with the beautiful Persian. Okay. Their insistence on never leave her has me nervous that he will leave her. But okay, so the vizier is about to die or is already dead. Oh yeah. Shortly afterwards, he expired. Okay, so he dies. Uh-oh. Leaving universal regret throughout the kingdom. Rich and poor alike followed him to the grave. I stand by that this was Kakin or Kakin's family that wrote this story because you're being too nice to him. Noureddin showed every mark of the deepest grief at his father's death, and for long refused to see anyone. At length a day came when one of his friends, being admitted, urged him strongly to be consoled and to resume his former place in society. This advice Noureddin was not slow to follow, and soon he formed little society of 10 young men, all about his own age, with whom he spent all his time in continual feasting and merrymaking. Why are you calling this a little society? He just made friends. My God. Sometimes the fair Persian consented to appear at these festivities, but she disapproved of this lavish expenditure and did not scruple to warn Noureddin of the probable consequences. So his wife sometimes showed up, but often thought him hanging out with his boys was a bit excessive. He, however, only laughed at her advice, saying that his father had always kept him in too great constraint, and that now he rejoiced at his new-found liberty. What added to the confusion in his affairs was that he refused to look into his accounts with his steward, sending him away every time he appeared with his book. Oh, you're about to be broke. You're partying yourself not to death, but to the poorhouse. My goodness, sir. Your wife is yelling at you. She is very smart. Stop. See only that I live well, he said, and do not disturb me about anything else. Not only did Noureddin's friends constantly partake of his hospitality, but in every way they took advantage of his generosity. You don't have friends, you have lackeys, you have forgetting words. You have shitty friends. Anyway, everything of his that they admired, whether land, houses, baths, or any other source of his revenue, he immediately bestowed upon them. Oh no. In vain the Persian protested against the wrong he did himself. He continued to scatter with the He continued to scatter with the same lavish hand. He just kept handing everything out. Did not listen to her. Throughout one entire year, Noureddin did nothing but amuse himself and dissipate the wealth his father had taken such pains to acquire. The year had barely elapsed when one day, as they sat at the table, there came a knock at the door. The slaves having been sent away, Noureddin went to open it himself. One of his friends had risen at the same time, but Noureddin was before him, and finding the intruder to be the steward, he went out and closed the door. The friend, curious to hear what passed between them, hid himself behind the hangings and heard the following words. Oh no. A friend overhearing this, they're definitely about to say, "You're broke," is what they're going to say, I'm sure. Okay. Or maybe they're gonna say, like, you still have to find a slave for the king. Maybe that's what they're gonna do. My lord, said the steward, I beg 1,000 pardons for interrupting you, but what I have long foreseen has taken place. Nothing remains of the sums you gave me for your year expenses, and all other sources of income are also at end, having been transferred by you to others. If you wish me to remain in your service, furnish me with the necessary funds, else I must withdraw. So yeah, buddy, you broke. You can't even pay me. So great was Noureddin's consternation that he had not a word to say in reply. Oh my gosh, I got a cough again. Okay, I don't know. I am better than last week, but it feels like it is not enough. Oh, oh, I thunked the desk. I'm sorry, desk. I did not mean to thunk you. I'm sorry. Okay. If this be so, they said. Oh no, wait. I skipped the line. The friend who had been listening behind the curtain immediately hastened to communicate the news to the rest of the company. If this is so, they said, we must cease to come here. They are awful friends. They are not friends at all. They are mooches, that is all. Noureddin re-entering at that moment, they plainly saw, in spite of his... Oh my god, hold on. Dear Jesus, I cannot breathe. Let's hope. Noureddin re-entered. They plainly saw, in spite of his efforts to dissemble, that what they had heard was the truth. One by one they rose, and each with a different excuse left the room, till presently he found himself alone. Though little suspecting the resolution his friends had taken. What the hell is happening to my voice? Is this my voice? More Emperor's New Groove quotes. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am angry at my throat, but I cannot change it. Okay. He's alone. Little suspecting the resolution his friends had taken, then seeing the beautiful Persian. I'm breaking. I am. Every time I try and start up again, I get like a sentence and I can feel my voice going weird again. Then, seeing the beautiful Persian, he confided to her the statement of the steward with many expressions of regret for his own carelessness. And she's like, I fucking told you so. Okay, I'm getting very mad at myself. Had I but followed your advice, beautiful Persian, he said. Oh, he's recognizing she told him so. All this would not have happened, but at least I have this consolation, that I have spent my fortune in the company of friends who will not desert me in an hour of need. Oh, honey. Tomorrow I will go to them, and amongst them they will lend me a sum sufficient to start in some business. Them awkwardly leaving wasn't enough of a sign for you, friend? Oh, buddy. Oh, you're so stupid. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know why I expected anything. Oh, my gosh! I had my eyes closed, staring, like, face up to the sky, because, like, I was disappointed in this man's. Thank you, though, Aunt Cam. Where is my money, frogs? Come on, emotes. We're being slow. There we are. Eee! More money, frogs. It's a party. But they will desert her. What? Who? I hope you mean him. No. Oh, no. Nobody desert me. And I don't think people are deserting the Persian. She's just not... She's not dealing with their shit, basically. Why certain bog. Welcome in. I breathe. I don't know, I just came in and saw a betrayal. It is a betrayal. They are betraying the dude because he chose awful friends. We're having dessert? Don't remind me, I ran out of sweets recently. I have like 10 Skittles, and I'm like, I need better snacks. I have no good snackies. I will get new snacks soon. But the beautiful Persian is the one that said, "Hey, stop being stupid," and her husband was like, "Hey," and didn't. And then, yeah, the bad friends are leaving. They are being bad friends. And he's like, "Don't worry, they'll be great friends." And we gotta sit here like, "Oh, no, they won't. Oh, honey, no. No." So we're gonna see how this goes. Accordingly, next morning, early, Noureddin went to seek his 10 friends, who all lived in the same street. Well, isn't that helpful? Knocking at the door of the first and chief, the slave who opened it left him to wait in a hall while he announced his visit to his master. "Noureddin," he heard him exclaim quite audibly, "tell him every time he calls that I am not at home." Oh, awkward. Could you not have said that quieter, bad friend? Could you not have been at least a little bit? Raven, on throne they have boxes of Japanese snacks and treats. I have some snacks on throne, but nobody buys me those ones. Should I specifically get the... I can't get distracted. I'm reading a story. We'll look at throne after, okay, Pudgy? Remind me at the next break, and it should be soon. He went to the door, and it's so awkward that he could hear it outside. I can see all of this happening in real life. Just, that little bit different from how it's said. And it's so funny to me, the between the lines bits. I'm loving this. It's an awful thing with the slaves, but if they just made a little bit of a tweak, this could absolutely be a fun modern story. The same thing happened at the second door and also at the third, and so on with all the 10. So every time he heard them say that, every time, not one of them was discreet. God, that's awful. You have a bunch of loudmouth, shitty friends, bud. Noureddin, much mortified, recognized too late that he had confided in false friends, who abandoned him in his hour of need. Overwhelmed with grief, he sought consolation from the beautiful Persian. "Alas, my lord," she said, "at last you are convinced of the truth of what I foretold." So she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that you finally understand what I was fucking trying to tell you. There is now no other resource left but to sell your slaves and your furniture." First then he sold the slaves, and subsisted for a time on the proceeds. After that the furniture was sold, and as much of it was valuable, it sufficed for some time. And as much of it was valuable, it sufficed for some time. Finally, this resource also came to an end, and again he sought counsel from the beautiful Persian. And this is when he's gonna have to sell her, just like his dad said not to do. Oh boy. "My lord," she said, "I know that the late vizier, your father, bought me for 10,000 gold pieces, and though I have diminished in value since..." I kind of imagine her giving him dagger eyes like, "'Cause you are a shit stain." "I should still fetch a large sum. Do not therefore hesitate to sell me, and with the money you obtain, go and establish yourself in business in some distant town." You are being too nice to this guy, dude. But I guess they fell in love with each other. Whatever. I'm being very cynical. It's Valentine's Day later this week, and I'm being like... love. Oops. It's fine. She's a slave. How can I really believe that this is love when it is I own you kind of talk? Ugh. Okay. Charming Persian, answered Noureddin. How could I be guilty of such baseness? I would rather die than part from you, whom I love better than my life. My lord, she replied, I am well aware of your love of me, which is only equaled by mine for you. But a cruel necessity obliges us to seek the only remedy. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Noureddin, convinced at length of the truth of her words, yielded, and reluctantly led her to the slave market, where, showing her to a dealer named Hagi Hassan, he inquired her value. I think we're going to pause there, not pass there, because it's about halfway. And yeah, we'll pause there and we'll pick up with how much Hagi Hassan, why we got his full name. Nobody else we have full name, but him we have a full name. Whatever. I'm also like, did they never like give her a name, like a proper name? You know, as opposed to just the Persian. Like, she lives somewhere else now. It's kind of fucked up. They still got... Anyway, we'll pause. I am in it and critiquing and... Pudgy! I'm glad I'm looking up when this happened. Thank you. Look at these snackies. Oh, I'm going to blush. I guess the snackies. Thank you, Pudgy. You're too nice to me. You buy me nice things and I appreciate, but it's very nice. You better not ever be putting yourself in a bad situation financially just to be nice to me. I will bonk you for that. It's illegal. But thank you. I didn't mean to be asking for snacks. I was just like, I should figure out. I should go get snacks. That's all I was saying. Now I'm excited. I get a little Brookstone little thingies. Yay! Very, very good. I like those little chocolate covered fruity things. Okay, we have a few redeems. Scissors, springs, sticks, keys. Keys is classic. But I'm also distracted by tone. You were saying the little... Oh, I no longer have that up. Okay. Yoink. Put that away. It might be very slow. Where is... Oh, it's not gonna pop up. Yeah, there we go. The little boxes. You're talking about boxes that they have. We're gonna do scissor snips first, by the way. Throne is being slowed to load, so I will start with that. Or at least I'll start prepping the stuff for it. Okay. Oh, it's back. Okay. How? Where do I... Oh, wow. That's a general candy. That's the Japanese candy box. This one. Oh my gosh, there's banana bread Pop-Tarts? I never seen those. Oh, that's fun. I mean, it's interesting. Oh, God. Oh, what the heck? The things I'm finding. I don't think I want those candies. I don't think I want to eat that. It's shaped like something silly, and I don't think I want to eat it. Okay. The big boxes, I feel like they're too big. There's too much. I will not request. It's too much to ask. I will say, I think I have the surprise. Do you have a favorite flavor? It's kind of funny. Okay, do I tell you? Oh, I love those little guys. Oh, it's been so long since I think I alluded to Did I allude to? No, I didn't. I was telling somebody else about it. I have told you folks that I have been to many places. I have lived various places. And it was very interesting. First, little bit in Japan, funny enough, I minimally talking to somebody was like, I do like strawberry snacks. Those are very good. They're strawberry. And I like this one. It's also very good. And it was strawberry. And the next thing I know, the only thing that they were like recommending all kinds of things, but they they were only recommending strawberry. I was like, that's lovely. I like more. But this excessively strawberry. I'm going to be pink at the end of this. I'm going to be a flamingo. It was too much strawberry, but it was yummy. There's these little spiky ball ones, compito. They're these little spiky little guys, and they're so cute. But they're expensive too. No, I will not. I'm not going to ask for expensive. When someone associates one thing to you, yeah, exactly. You get me, Documancer. It's nice, but it's also like, I am more than this. Yeah, they're cute. They're the little spiky balls, and they're bright colors. They remind me of little, the origami stars. But they're silly. Why am I seeing multiple syrup drinks? What the heck is going on? Fruit punch? Is that because they like to punch you and you're fruity? Ha 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 ha. I joke. I don't mean that. I don't mean. People should associate me with that. Because, like, I'll get excited and I'll, like, smack and I fruity. I'm glad you were freaking out a little bit. Okay. Oh, there's so many good snackies. I'm not gonna put them on my list. Because also, even if there's something on here that's like, I don't actually like it, it's kind of icky. You guys could get it. Like, I have the icky, Skittles that I've got. And, they're spicy, but they smell like dog food. It's a time. And there's so many of these, like, flaming snacks that are very clearly, like, to torture the streamer you are buying them for. And, like, I wouldn't stop you from doing that. I'm pretty sure I have surprise gifts on. I'll have to double check. But anyway, I'm not gonna be specific. I appreciate the little snackies. I've shown you ones that I actually like, and that's good. I'm a flaming snack. Finger guns. I am finger guns back. I'm finger guns. Okay, well, I am glad I have gone adventuring, and I will thank you in there, Pudgy, later. It's my life mission to get my friends and family to associate red pandas and frogs to me, and I'm slowly succeeding. Well, you have come to the right place. You can use these frog emotes and enjoy yourself. Gods, am I fruity? Ongoing joke with a friend or two of mine. When we go to a new restaurant, they have to tease me about chicken thumbs, fingers being an available option. What? Chicken thumbs? Chicken thumbs? What do you mean thumbs? I'm so scared. At first I was like, chicken fingers? What do you mean fingers of chickens? Chickens don't have fingers. And I was like, no, Raven. That's what they call it when it's like a strip of chicken that's breaded. You are stupid right now. It's because thumb was there first. Thumbs are fingers. Fingers, though. I know. Also, Documancer, we need insert mask here with the red panda emotes. I have associated Mask with this very one specific emote of screaming, and it's not a red panda, but Mask insists that I should also associate him with the red panda emotes, and I'm slowly doing that too, but it's mostly that one scrumped emote. It's a very important emote in this community. It is Mask screaming. And it is used frequently. Oh, look at that little guy. Oh yes, also the little ragey kitty. He's using that one more and more. it's so funny because, like, I understand that that's supposed to be ragey, but that's just a sleepy kitty right there. This is a kitty that's going, oh no, I can't. But I'm fighting it when I can't. It's just a kitten. Okay. Alright. I've thoroughly distracted self. It looks like crying to beach. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Oh, look at that ragdoll kitty. Fluffy little babies. Hi, Joel. Joel is I think is a sturgeon, but then also, wait, no, is catfish? I cannot tell what you are, Joel. You spin, and I cannot tell. I've been distracted. I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna do scissor snips. Yeah, okay. Scissors? Shut up. Hello? Oh, no, shut up. It's a robot. Look, a distraction. Yeah. Okay, scissors. I focus. I can do that sometimes. Sometimes. And there was our scissors. I'm glad you are finding them soothing, maybe. Mic Springs reverb time. This is always a bit of a hit or miss, but I'm going to move the mic around a little bit, and you'll get to hear me play some springs. What a time. Okay, here we go. Just the thingy. Okay. we don't have it as a trigger, but I have from the very beginning. I had carbonated beverage crack open and pour as one of my things, and I was like, bubbles. But then nobody else enjoyed my bubbles with me. Nobody said they liked it, and maybe I did it wrong, but nobody was interested in my bubbles, and so I stopped doing it. But hold on, I'm feverishly drinking my glass of water so I can pour some of the carbonated beverage into the glass. You do not have to redeem it. I am doing it right now. So this isn't as fast. Shut up, Cam. You're so mean. Okay, this isn't as bubbled because it's been sitting for a minute. But here's some bubbles because I have it. Bubbles. Okay. Okay, you sound awful. I hate it. Okay, we're gonna get a smaller glass. I can do this. I can do this. This one is just very tall. Okay, back in a second. Okay, so it still might not, because it's been sitting out. Like I said, it's not fresh, but let's see. No, that was bad. That was bad. Let's see, maybe if I swirl it and I can. There's very minimal bubbles on it. Made me sad. Once upon a time, I did bubbles. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna save the bubbles to be opened, and it is on my list, or I'm pretty sure it's on my list. See here. It's hard to do it extended because it runs out of time, but maybe I'd be able to pour it back and forth, and that's how it is. I had bubbles. I think I might have removed it. I'm gonna do it. Bubbles. Drink. Because I've been, and this is a nice little plug for self, to go check out my YouTube channel. I've been uploading extended ASMR stuffs because I want to be able to offer that, because I'm not doing so much focus on ASMR. I'm doing, now that we have reading, I'm getting louder. And I apologize. So if you want proper ASMR to be quiet and stuff, I have ideas for ASMR only streams where I actually commit to being quiet again, and then the extended ASMR so that you can listen to 5, maybe 10 minutes of the trigger and not just 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. The tongue clicking, I haven't done that one. I haven't. Silence Raven? Absolutely not. It wouldn't be silence. I would just be quieter. I wouldn't be as loud. My voice would shut up, but I would still make the little sounds. Yeah. Yeah. And no worries, Cage, that your brain was split in the early days. It's all good. It's okay. It's also like, I stopped doing it. I didn't do it very long. It's fine. You hang around here. Yeah, we neither do the clicky thing, and not very much of the, like, I don't think she does much mouth sounds besides mouth pops and words, actual words. But there are other people that do, like, licking, right? And stuffs. I don't particularly enjoy those either. When we write into people that do that, I'm always a little bit like, I don't love this right now, but good for y'all that do. That's kind of it. Um, this is a part of why I always like to have current trigger up, so that if you don't want to hear it, you can just mute me, and when I am done doing that trigger slash talking about it, I move on. And you'll be able to see while still muted. Oh, we've moved on. Okay, good. So we'll move on past the fake bubbles that I failed at. We'll do sticks rustle, and I'm gonna take your points, Gam, because you were mocking me to speed up about the hydrate. Now we're gonna do sticks rustle, and as the extended YouTube comment section says, it sure do sound like sticks. It does. It sounds like sticks wrestling. It does. If you have proper, really thin bamboo, it can sound like different things, like a fire crackling a little bit if you have thinner stuffs. But this is what we have. It is not that. Okay. It has a time and place, and I'm not one to want it in my relaxing places. Yeah, exactly. That's just the personal preferences of most of the folks here. Because if they weren't thinking that, then they'd go hang out with those people more. It's all good. Here we go with this. Yeah. Okay, there was our minute, and I had to give myself a sec, cause Pudgy, if it's the sound of kissing that you're hearing with that, then that was a straight stick orgy, cause there was 10 of them. I had 10 of them kissing all together. Don't make this canon. Don't make this canon. I can't. I already have a pervert frog that sings, okay, and he has a cult. I don't need this. No! No! You guys. Oh, that was a deserved bonk. I think Riz alright, but Cage's love that you two got a lot of love. No, Yoki Pants, you're good. This is appreciated here. And yeah, I hope that you are staying calm here with us. We relate, I think, over here with the Ikamelat. Stay for the food is a good one. There's a great movie quote in my head about I'm only here for the food, and so I feel that. I hope that it's still okay. I was joking earlier. Why would you do a super bowl when you could have a superb owl? And I'm waiting for Fett to show up to say it to him, because Fetster, one of our mods who's often here, is an owl. He's an owlman. And so he's a superb owl, but he's not here, so I can't say it and shoot the finger guns out his way. Who? Budgie. Not you too. You're a potato. What are you doing? Oh, Cade, you're sad. Oh, not enough love for Documancer, but is new. Hey, that's a lot for is new. Alright, we'll do keys. I think the thing might be a little bit overrun. It might need a second for that. But we'll do keys next. But I think one of us might be an owl. I know one of us is, and I'm not gonna say your joke because I'm waiting for frickin' Fet to show up and say it. Where are you, Fetster? Okay, keys time. Keys time, keys time. I need to find the keys. Spins head 360 degrees. Hey, that's actually not accurate. They can't spin 360. It's something like 300, but it's not 360. It's still an absurd. It's absurd. Neck cracking sounds? You mean? Oh no, wait. I can't. Hold on. I know a hospital. You mean you ouch? Try again, Documancer. Okay, let me try another click. There's some crack sounds. I cracked my knuckles too recently. I could not do a good crack. Okay, here's keys time. That's what we're doing now. I can focus. Only a little bit, but I can. Here we go. Keys. I mean, together that's above 80. Yeah, that is pretty good. We'll try out your Riz, Documancer. Do command Riz. It's an exclamation point. R-I-Z-Z. Also try roll. Try them all out. They're fun. Right. No, I was supposed to do this. Snap, crackle, pop. Not Riz. And Riz is just you. It's not at anybody. Love is at somebody. Brain. Slap, bonk, hug. Those are at people, but yeah. Oh no, your Riz is low. Thank you for hug, Cage. Oh my gosh. Seeing the little dudes, I mentioned this to my mod. Seeing the little dudes that you can use, I want to do them. Oh my gosh. The bot tends to get jealous, it's true. It's tough. Oh my gosh, Psycho! Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. You want to do them? Do I want to do what? Existential snake raid? Oh, that's very cute. I like that very much. That's a cute new message. Thank you, thank you. Get cozy. I'm just doing keys before we jump back into our story. So hold on. Here we go. There with our keys. To my go. Hey, of course I stream on Sundays. It's a problem if I'm not streaming on the Sunday. Oh my goodness. Ugh. A frog trying to escape there. Glad you enjoyed the keys, church. Had to say bye to humans. Hello to us. If you have to leave, okay, but I don't think you're talking to me as humans. I mean, you were talking to a potato, me, a deer woman, hoof lady, whatever version of name, but you know, not human. No, you're back. Yeah, I was like, I don't think it's us. I don't think we're humans. I don't think that's the one. Hello, fellow human. Okay, maybe you're human. But that is suspicious. Um, but okay. All right, you're back. And then, what was it? Oh, it was Cage. I want to use them in my stream. I want to play with the little game. It was cute. It was fun. But I probably can't run that much because I can't manage as much processing. I need to have different setup. But I mean, it was fun. It was very cute. It was a good time. Oof, sounds scary. Saw human ones. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. Don't forget me. Yes, I'm sorry. Also, there's the turtle boy right there. But Cage didn't get a specific either, to be fair. Cage is not owl. Cage is birdman. Not owl, birdman. But birdman. This is starling. It's a very specific kind of starling, but I always forget what kind. But I've remembered starling. And plenty of us. Yes. Thank you for the follow, DK Marzipan. I hope that is your name. And Turt is doing the correct response to a follow. We drop dances, so drop some dance emotes, whatever kind of dance emotes you have access to. Story little party. Pale winged starling. That's it. There you go. Hi. Yeah, look at those dances. Oh, that guy. Is that thing drunk? Looks like fun. We always love the dino dance. He's very flexible, little wiggly guy. I like that guy, Marzipan. That guy's fun. Okay. That would be a halfling. Too much relaxing and eating here. Aww. That's earlier in the night. This is later. Oh, yep. That thing's definitely drunk by then. Like it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay. We're gonna go back to the story. We've done our redeems. I'm adjusting all the thingies. I'll get there. Our summary for Noureddin and the fair Persian. How do we? I suppose the summary is: there's a king and he has 2 viziers, and the one vizier has a whole family that we are focused on for the first little while. Basically, the king needs to get a slave, a female slave for the king, so you can imagine, but it is not told exactly, it's just implied, that she's supposed to go to him. And then there's like a little bit of salty back and forth between the one vizier and the other vizier. We don't like the one, apparently, Sawi. I like him. The vizier that we're supposed to like, who's very clearly the center of the story, oh my, I can't, you guys are distracting me. I have to look away, I have to close my eyes. I'm looking way away, closing my eyes. The other vizier, the guy that we like, goes looking for the slave. He pays 10,000 gold coins, which was very exactly how much he was given to buy said slave, so a little suspicious, to get a very smart, pretty, very capable, very educated lady. And she's great. We call her the fair Persian. Why she don't get a name? Because she's a slave. But then she marries the dude's son. Why does she still not have a name? It's icky. But Noureddin, the son, then sees his dad die. And so that vizier is dead. And the dude says, don't sell her. Don't ever sell her. And he's like, okay. And of course that was an obvious foreshadow to he will sell her. But he makes these friends after he's mourning his dad. And then he just wastes all his money because he's throwing parties with them. And they never, chip in. They're always just mooching off of him. And when he ends up broke, they all just disappear. And then also, my God, I should have kept my eyes closed. They don't chip in. They're awful. And when he says, "Hey, I'm broke," They were all like, "Oh, I'm not here," when he comes asking for help slash money. So they are bad. Now, he has sold everything he has except for his wife to try and keep alive and all of that. And he's run out of all that money, and he is about to sell his wife. He goes to a market, a slave market, where he's showing her off to a dealer, and for whatever reason, this guy, we get his full ass name. This girl who is at the center of the story, still no name. Just a nickname. So that's lovely. Women are items. We don't care about them. Even the wife was just wife slash mother. Who cares? Anyway, I'll be salty about that forever. It's awful. But yeah, there was a little fun. The she shitted herself pretty. It makes sense when you listen. The rest of the party challenged him to a drinking challenge. Little did that dude know they were just getting water. Hey, that's a great way to make sure your friends are hydrated. I've pulled something like that off. I've done that. I will continue reading the Noureddin and the slave girl story. Here we go. He's selling her off. Hagi Hassan, for whatever reason, he gets his full last name. This one particular slave dealer. Why? But okay. He's inquiring about the value. Taking them into a room apart, Hagi Hassan. Oh no, we have a second unstable goose? No one tell Lahonk. I don't need a goose fight right now, but thank you for the follow. Let's give you a new dance. What's dance? I want to give you this little goblin jam. He looked like he's having a fun time. Welcome and thank you for the follow, the unstable goose. We very much appreciate you. Have a little dance party. Okay. Oh, who is that little dancer? Just Nag Jam. Does he have a gold chain on? Whoever the heck you are. And yeah, that goose do the gritty. Been hanging out and lurking since Waste's raid. Oh, well, lovely. Thank you. Then I don't have to do the summary again. Thank goodness. I'll be very distracted. Yes. Okay. So you're all caught up. You're good. Oh, okay. Taking them into a room apart, Hagi Hassan exclaimed as soon as she had unveiled, "My lord, is not this the slave your father bought for 10,000 pieces? Damn it, Hagi, were you one of the people involved?" On learning that it was so, he promised to obtain the highest possible price for her. Leaving the beautiful Persian shut up in the room alone, he went to seek the slave merchants. She really is merchandise, and that is all. They're like, okay, put her in the closet alone. She doesn't get a name, none of this. Lovely, okay. But she's set aside, so she's kept from the other people because she's more valuable, I guess. He went up to seek the slave merchants, announcing to them that he had found the pearl among slaves, and asking them to come and put a value upon her. As soon as they saw her, they agreed that less than 4,000 gold pieces could not be asked. God, a guy... You shit yourself pretty, but then some asshole ruins your dress because he can't last more than a minute, and you've lost 6,000 gold pieces worth of your value. Isn't that just awful? This poor woman. Because there was the whole bit where, like, Buddy Noureddin saw how pretty she was. Immediately was like, hey, they gave you up, but then in the time it took for these little slaves to go find their master lady, bring her back, Noureddin had been alone with the slave and left already. So, like, he made quick work and then vamoosed. And she was described as just being very perturbed. So, it's giving that. You've lost 6,000 gold pieces in your value being stuck with this guy. That's just awful. Hagi Hassan, then closing the door upon her, began to offer her for sale. What do you mean closing the door upon... What? Anyway, he's calling out, who will bid 4,000 gold pieces for the Persian slave? Before any of the merchants had bid, Sawi happened to pass by. Okay, this is the other vizier, the guy that we are apparently not supposed to like, that until now, at least, has been seemingly just like a reasonable dude. He passes by, and judging that it must be a slave of extraordinary beauty, rode up to Hagi Hassan and desired to see her. Now it was not the custom to show a slave to a private bidder, but as no one dared to disobey the vizier, his request was granted. I don't understand why we're closing her up and not showing her off. If we are selling her, wouldn't we want to be seeing the merchandise? If it is a merchandise, I'm so confused. But okay, fine. But he's a vizier, so his request was granted. As soon as Sawi saw the Persian, he was so struck by her beauty that he immediately wished to possess her. Oh, lovely. And not knowing that she belonged to Noureddin, he desired Hagi Hassan to send for the owner and to conclude the bargain at once. So are you paying 4,000 gold pieces, or are you paying more? Because there could have been a bidding war. Anyway. Hagi Hassan then sought Noureddin and told him that his slave was going far below her value, and that if Sawi bought her, he was capable of not paying the money. Oh. Okay, why? How is he not paying? Okay, whatever. So I guess Sawi is trying to not pay everything. What you must do, he said, is to pretend that you had no real intention of selling your slave and only swore you would in a fit of anger against him. When I present her to Sawi, as if with your consent, you must step in and with blows begin to lead her away. Okay, so they're trying to drive up the price this way. Noureddin did as Hagi Hassan advised, and to the great wrath of Sawi, who, riding straight at him, endeavored to take the beautiful Persian from him by force, Noureddin, letting her go, seized Sawi's horse by the bridle, and, encouraged by the applause of the bystanders, dragged him to the ground, beat him severely, and left him in the gutter screaming with what? What the fuck? The man or the horse? I think the horse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you... What? The horse did nothing. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with these people? Then, taking the beautiful Persian, he returned home amidst the acclamations of the people who detested Sawi so much that they could neither interfere in his behalf nor allow his slaves to protect him. Everybody's apparently hating on Sawi, but again, this is all seemingly from Haken's family's point of view, so I'm gonna guess that people just were like, what the fuck? And just didn't know what to do. Is really what happened. Like, and nobody stepped up because they all hated him so much. In reality, they were like, just what the fuck? What just happened? That's all. Anyway, covered from head to foot with mire and streaming with blood, he rose, and leaning on two of his slaves, oh no, it was Sawi. He beat Sawi. He took his horse by the bridle and beat up Sawi. So I think he did steal his horse. Okay. Glad we clarified that the horse is okay, because that would be extra fucked up. Glad we beat up the person. Whew, okay. Leaning on two of his slaves, he went straight to the palace, where he demanded an audience with the king, to whom he related what had taken place in these words. May it please your majesty, I had gone to the slave market to buy myself a cook. While there, I heard a slave being offered for 4,000 pieces. Asking to see her, I found she was incomparable of beauty, and was being sold by Noureddin, the son of your late vizier, to whom your majesty will remember giving a sum of 10,000 gold pieces for the purchase of a slave. This is the identical slave, whom instead of bringing to your majesty, he gave to his own son. Still, I mean, this is all very fair for Sawi to be calling out, being like, dude, he took your money and ran. He bought his own slave with it. Like, what the fuck, dude? King, this is pretty messed up, and he's already dead, but, like, what are you going to do about that? This feels very realistic, very reasonable. Sawi's just like, he stole your money, dude. Like, that's reasonable. Why are we hating on him? Okay. This is the identical slave, yeah. Since the death of his father, this Noureddin has run through his entire fortune, has sold all his possessions, and is now reduced to selling the slave. Calling him to me, I said, Noureddin, I will give you 10,000 gold pieces for your slave, whom I will present to the king. This was not mentioned earlier, but I wouldn't doubt that he tried to do this. I don't think it actually happened. Maybe this is the part where Sawi's also exaggerating. Neither of them are telling the exact truth. I will give you 10,000 gold pieces for your slave, whom I will present to the king. Oh yeah, he just wanted it for himself. Okay, so he's lying. I will interest him at the same time in your behalf, and this will be worth much more to you than what extra money you might obtain from the merchants. Bad old man, he exclaimed, rather than sell my slave to you, I would give her to... Well, interesting that it rhymes, but fuck you. I would give her to a Jew. I guess that this is supposed to be some sort of insult, like, oh, it would be better to go to somebody that we all don't like, but, we're gonna go ahead and hit this story with another, you're wrong, you're bad, you're fucked up, I hate you, because racism and sexism, woohoo. But Noureddin, I remonstrated, you do not consider that in speaking thus you wrong the king, to whom your father owed everything. This remonstrance only irritated him the more. Throwing himself on me like a madman, he tore me from my horse, beat me to his heart's content, and left me in the state your majesty sees. So maybe there were some words exchanged that Noureddin didn't want to say, but I'm fairly certain they didn't have this specific. Maybe they did, but I don't think that that's exactly how that went either. So saying, Sawi turned aside his head and wept bitterly. Okay, so he's pulling out all the stops. He's crying for the king, too. Yeah. The king's wrath was kindled against Noureddin. He ordered the captain of the guard to take him with 40 men to pillage Noureddin's house, to raze it to the ground, and to bring Noureddin and the slave to him. Well, there's not much left in his house, so I don't think they're going to be too hurt. A doorkeeper named Sanjar, see, we're naming everybody but the women, who had been a slave of Kakin's, hearing this order given, slipped out of the king's apartment and hastened to warn Noureddin to take flight instantly with the beautiful Persian. Then, presenting him with 40 gold pieces, he disappeared before Noureddin had time to thank him. Does that mean that... Yeah, it must be that he gave him some money to run. What a nice guy. Doorkeeper. Sanjar. As soon, then, as the fair Persian had put on her veil, they fled together, and had the good fortune to get out of the town without being observed. At the mouth of the Euphrates, they found a ship just about to start for Bagdad. They embarked, and immediately the anchor was raised, and they set sail. I gotta ask at this point, why did we take her to sell her if we weren't going to sell her? Like, all you did was just get an excuse to beat somebody up. You didn't get money. You didn't do anything. Maybe Sawi's story was right. He didn't even try to... Honestly, I think maybe Sawi's story was right. Why? He didn't, because, like, there was, like, supposedly some... The way his story went was that the merchant was like, yo, do it this way. I've got a plan. And then he did it that way, and they just beat a guy up. Like, there was no... They didn't do anything about it. They just beat him up. Question mark about if they stole his horse, so maybe they got something out of it, but not for sure. So what the hell? I mean, they did flee, so maybe that's what they did. Maybe they got the horse, and that's how they fled. But I what the fuck? I cannot tell. All right. But now they're getting on a ship. Either way, they ended up heading out. When the captain of the guard reached Noureddin's house, He caused his soldiers to burst open the door and to enter by force, but no trace was to be found of Noureddin and his slave. His wife! It's not his slave, it's his fucking wife! That's the whole point. Yeah. Anyway, nor could the neighbors give any information about them. When the king heard that they had escaped, he issued a proclamation that a reward of 1,000 gold pieces would be given to whoever would bring him Noureddin and the slave, but that, on the contrary, whoever hid them would be severely punished. Meanwhile, Noureddin and the fair Persian had safely reached Bagdad. When the vessel had come to an anchor, they paid 5 gold pieces for their passage and went ashore. Never having been in Bagdad before, they did not know where to seek a lodging. Wandering along the banks of the Tigris, they skirted a garden enclosed by a high wall. The gate was shut, but in front of it was an open vestibule with a sofa on either side. "Here," said Noureddin, "let us pass the night." And reclining on the sofas, they soon fell asleep. So they just broke into somebody's garden, or maybe it was a public garden, and oh no! Oh my gosh, I didn't pay attention fast enough. There's an ad. I'm warning you now. There's an ad. I'm sorry. There's an ad. I tried to click the button. I didn't do it in time. I'm sorry. I like that they take so long to get it started, thankfully. Hi, LaHonk, by the way. No, I shouldn't call attention to it. I don't want to start a goose war. But hi. Hi, LaHonk. Welcome in. Wow. Is the ad really still not starting? What fun. Oh my gosh, why is this not up? I swear it's up. Well, y'all knew what story we were doing anywhere. Gam, what are you doing? The name's right there in the chat log, Raven. Shh. Eagle. What? Okay. Hold on while I adjust the mic, because it seems to be loose. Yeah, see, now he's questioning things. Hey, I'm scared. We don't need more goose wrath. No, superb owl. Get it right, LaHonk. Get it right. It's Superb Owl Day. We are about to get everybody back. And there we are. Hello, everyone again. Wow, I can't speak. I was nervous. You don't see Fett? I know. I'm very concerned. I guess it's a busy day. He's got to see everybody. It's Superb Owl Day. There he is. There's our Superb Owl. Hello. I've been making the joke. Did you wait to show up just for LaHonk's fight about it, or did you just show up? You've been lurking. Okay. Well, thanks for not showing up when I mentioned you before. Jeez. Just a little bit of a mini rage pup there, you little shit. Okay, well, yes, it's Superb Owl Day. So there's Fett, Superb Owl. Alright, we are getting back into story. They had run away. Noureddin and his wife, even if they keep calling her slave. Where is your brethren? Thankfully, you have spoken too much, and it has removed it from the chat history, hopefully. I don't need goose. I don't need goose war. Oh, no. But alright. Oh. Is that my first yawn of tonight? I think I've done pretty well. Just a bunch of coughing instead. Okay, they're asleep on sofas at a garden next to that. I think that's a river. I'm pretty sure that's a river. Now, this garden belonged to the Caliph. Yeah, I saw this coming. Yeah, I didn't think this was good. In the middle of it was a vast pavilion, whose superb saloon had 80 windows, each window having a luster lit solely when the Caliph spent the evening there. Only the doorkeeper lived there, an old soldier named Shay Ibrahim. I think that his name is Shay. But again, somebody else with two names when the women still don't get any. Isn't that lovely? Ibrahim, who had strict orders to be very careful whom he admitted, and never to allow anyone to sit on the sofas by the door. Uh-oh. And here we are. They went ahead and laid down on the thing. Damn it. It happened that at that evening, that he had gone out on an errand. When he came back and saw two persons asleep on the sofas, he was about to drive them out with blows. But drawing nearer, he perceived that they were a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Thank goodness they were pretty, or else they would have got beaten to death. Wow. But drawing near, he saw how pretty they were, and decided to awake them by gentler means. Noureddin, on being awoke, told the old man that they were strangers and merely wished to pass the night there. "Come with me," said Shay Ibrahim. "I will lodge you better, and will show you a magnificent garden belonging to me." So saying, the doorkeeper led the way into the Caliph's garden, the beauties of which filled them with wonder and amazement. Noureddin took out 2 gold pieces, and giving them to Shay Ibrahim, said, "I beg you to get us something to eat, that we may make merry together." Yeah, let's be merry. That's exactly what we need right now. How about you just eat, dude? Just get food, period. It doesn't need to be oh my gosh. Being very avaricious, Shay Ibrahim determined to spend only the 10th part of the money, and to keep the rest himself. Yes, which is probably what, his name wasn't Cack, but it was like Cack. Kakin? Probably did with the lots of money too. While he was gone, Noureddin and the Persian wandered through the gardens and went up the white marble staircase of the pavilion. Oh no. Yawning interruptions. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Went up the staircase of the pavilion as far as the locked door of the saloon. On the return of Shay Ibrahim, my gosh, my brain, they begged him to open it and to allow them to enter and admire the magnificence within. Why, you shouldn't even be here at all, my guys. Oh my gosh. Consenting, for whatever reason, he brought not only the key but a light, and immediately unlocked the door. Noureddin and the Persian, entering, were dazzled with the magnificence they beheld. The paintings and furniture were of astonishing beauty. Between each window was a silver arm holding a candle. Shay Ibrahim spread the table in front of a sofa, and all three ate together. When they had finished eating, Noureddin asked the old man to bring them a bottle of wine. "Heaven forbid," said Shay Ibrahim, "that I should come in contact with wine. I, who have 4 times made the pilgrimage to Mecca and have renounced wine forever." "Okay, we get it, you're sober. Anyway." "You would, however, do us a great service in procuring us some," said Noureddin. "You need not touch it yourself. Take the ass which is tied to the gate, lead it to the nearest wine shop, and ask some passer-by to order 2 jars of wine. Have them put it in the ass's panniers, and drive him before you. There are 2 pieces of gold for the expenses. So take the donkey out for a walk." Okay. At sight of the gold, Shay Ibrahim set off at once to execute. I'm getting that you are trying to imply he's obsessed with money. I don't appreciate what is thinly veiled racism again. He saw the gold. Yay. Went off at once. On his return, Noureddin said, "We have still need of cups to drink from, and fruit, if you can procure us some." Shay Ibrahim disappeared again, and soon returned with a table spread with cups of gold and silver, and every sort of beautiful fruit. Then he withdrew, in spite of repeated invitations to remain. He said he doesn't drink. Listen, Noureddin. I know you don't listen. I know you don't, or else you wouldn't have... I'm going to stop myself right there. Anyway, Noureddin and the beautiful Persian, finding the wine excellent, drank of it freely, and while drinking, they sang. Both had fine voices, and Shaykh Ibrahim listened to them with great pleasure, first from a distance. Then he drew nearer, and finally put his head in at the door. Oh no, are you gonna get this guy drunk? I'm gonna fight you if you do this. I'm very mad at you. Noureddin, seeing him, called him to come in and keep them company. At first the old man declined, but was persuaded to enter the room, to sit down on the edge of the sofa nearest the door, and at last to draw closer and to seat himself by the beautiful Persian, who urged him so persistently to drink her health that at length he yielded and took the cup she offered. Fuck you, dude! What the hell is wrong with these people? Messing with somebody's sobriety? Peer pressure. Now the old man only made a pretense of renouncing wine. Oh, he had lied? Lovely. Never mind, I guess. What the fuck is wrong with these people? He frequented wine shops like other people and had taken none of the precautions Noureddin had proposed, having once yielded, so he never even took the donkey. If they knew that he wouldn't touch it, and it was like not still in the little pouches on the ass's ass, on the donkey's sides, then of course they knew that he wasn't actually being so particular. But what the hell is wrong with these people? Having once yielded, he was easily persuaded to take a second cup and a third, and so on till he no longer knew what he was doing. I knew he would get sloshed. I knew he would get wasted. I knew it wouldn't just be, let's have a drink. I knew they were going to ruin things, and this is going to be a problem. And this poor man is going to lose his job, probably, because he let people in. He let them sleep on the sofas and didn't kick them out in the first place. And then he did all the other letting them in. And then he drank with them, and he gets really drunk, and he's probably not going to wake up for work tomorrow. It's bad. He's in very much trouble. God damn it. I'll do those soon, the honk. We'll probably finish the story. So maybe not properly soon. No! You're disappointing me. Okay, I think that was okay. So he doesn't know what he's doing anymore. Till near midnight, they continued drinking, laughing, and singing together. About that time, the Persian, perceiving that the room was lit by only one miserable tallow candle, asked Shaykh Ibrahim to light some of the beautiful candles in the silver arms. Light them yourself, answered the old man. You are younger than I, but let 5 or 6 be enough. She did not stop, however, till she had lit all the 80 candles? 80? But Shaykh Ibrahim was not conscious of this, and when, soon after that, Noureddin proposed to have some of the lustres lit, he answered, You are more capable of lighting them than I, but not more than 3. Noureddin, far from contenting himself with 3, lit all, and opened all the 80 windows. Fucking hell. This is gonna start a war. The Caliph Haroun-al-Raschid, chancing at that moment to open a window in the saloon of his palace, yep, he's gonna notice this, and he's gonna kill these people. And maybe he's gonna end up making friends. I don't know which way it'll go. But he's gonna be very mad at first. Chancing at that moment to open a window in the saloon of his palace looking on the garden, was surprised to see the pavilion brilliantly illuminated. Calling the Grand Vizier, Jafar, his name is Jafar, just like the other vizier, the bad guy. Anyway, Jafar, he said to him, Negligent vizier, look at the pavilion and tell me why it is lit up when I am not there. When the vizier saw that it was, as the Caliph said, he trembled with fear and immediately invented an excuse. Commander of the faithful, he said, I must tell you that 4 or 5 days ago, Sheikh Ibrahim told me that he wished to have an assembly of the ministers of his mosque and asked permission to hold it in the pavilion. I granted his request, but forgot since to mention it to your majesty. Forgetting it is still bad, my dude. Anyway, Jafar, replied the Caliph, you have committed 3 faults. First, in giving the permission. Second, in not mentioning it to me. And third, in not investigating the matter more closely. For punishment, I condemn you to spend the rest of the night with me. That's an interesting punishment, sir. No, there's a little bit more of a sentence. I just thought that was a silly one. With me, in company of these worthy people. Oh, it's a whole ass party. Oh, boy. While I dress myself as a citizen, go and disguise yourself, and then come with me. Punishment, you're stuck with me, dude. I was implying the more spicy version, but okay. Yeah, there you go. I unfortunately have to temporarily allow this one. Mods, we will probably have to reblock this one soon, but I'm gonna allow it this time, maybe. Your punishment? 40. Oh, no. Okay. He's not gonna be mad at all. He's gonna make friends. He's gonna make a very specific type of friend. Here we go. Hello, Gary. Welcome into this ridiculousness. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll explain it. Basically, the skippity skip. There's people that showed up in a garden that shouldn't have, and this old man let them in when he shouldn't have, just because they were pretty, and then they convinced him to get drunk when they shouldn't have, and then he's like, okay, you can light a few more candles, but just a couple more, and they lit everything when they shouldn't have. And then we have the Caliph, the big kinglish person that is in charge of this place, looks over out his window and is like, why the fuck is that place lit if I'm the only person who's supposed to be in it when it is lit? Like, no one should be in there without me. And so then this guy, one of the viziers, comes up and is like, they said that they were gonna do a thing, but he just lied. He lied through his teeth, this vizier Jafar. And the Caliph responds, for punishment, I condemn you to spend the rest of the night with me in the company of these worthy people. So he it sounds like he's like, oh, your punishment, let me punish you. But then also all the other people. And so we do know at least the old man is quite drunk, and we know the other 2 people there are very pretty. Okay, so but he continues. While I dress myself as a citizen, go and disguise yourself, and then come with me. So they're gonna dress up to pretend to be the people that Sheikh Ibrahim, the old man in charge of this place, and who should have sent the people away and not done any of what he's done, he has, according to Jafar, gathered a bunch of people that are related to his mosque. It's supposed to be a little thing for that. But Jafar was just talking out of his ass. This is not at all what Shay was doing, and Shay has no idea he lied about this either. So this is going to be interesting. When they reached the garden gate, they found it open, to the great indignation of the Caliph. The door of the pavilion being also open, he went softly upstairs. You already know that they're in there. Why do you think it's surprising that it's not locked? Like, what the heck? He goes upstairs and looked in at the half-closed door of the saloon. Great was his surprise to see Sheikh Ibrahim, whose sobriety had never been doubted. Really? It said that he often drank. Was that a lie? Anyway, his sobriety he had never doubted, drinking and singing with a young man and a beautiful lady. The Caliph, before giving way to his anger, determined to watch and see who the purple people were and what they did. So instead of getting angry, he's going to watch them through a crack in the door? Okay. Presently, Sheikh Ibrahim asked the beautiful Persian if anything were wanting to complete her enjoyment of the evening. If only, she said, I had an instrument upon which I might play. Sheikh Ibrahim immediately took a lute from a cupboard and gave it to the Persian. Oh, the Caliph's gonna fall in love with her, isn't he? Who began to play on it, singing the while with such skill and taste that the Caliph was enchanted. When she ceased, he went softly downstairs and said to the vizier, Never have I heard a finer voice, nor the lute better played. I am determined to go in and make her play to me. You remove just one word, the two, and it becomes kinky again. Oh boy. Commander of the faithful, said the vizier, if Sheikh Ibrahim recognizes you, he will die of fright. I should be sorry for that, answered the Caliph, and I'm going to take steps to prevent it. Wait here till I return. Now the Caliph had caused a bend in the river to form a lake in his garden. There the finest fish in the Tigris were to be found, but fishing was strictly forbidden. It happened that night, however, everyone's breaking the law, that a fisherman had taken advantage of the gate being open to go in and cast his nets. He was just about to draw them when he saw the Caliph approaching. Recognizing him at once, in spite of his disguise, he threw himself at his feet, imploring forgiveness. Fear nothing, said the Caliph, only rise up and draw thy nets. The fisherman did as he was told and produced 5 or 6 fine fish, of which the Caliph took the 2 largest. Then he desired the fisherman to change his clothes with him. I knew that was going to be the next. And in a few minutes, the Caliph was transformed into a fisherman, even to the shoes and the turban. Taking the 2 fish in his hand, he returned to the vizier, who, not recognizing him, would have sent him about his business. Leaving the vizier at the foot of the stairs, the Caliph went up and knocked at the door of the saloon. Noureddin opened it, and the Caliph, standing on the threshold, said, Sheikh Ibrahim, I am the fisher Karim. Seeing that you are feasting with your friends, I bring you these fish. Noureddin and the Persian said that when the fishes were properly cooked and dressed, they would gladly eat of them. The Caliph then returned to the vizier, who they set to work in Sheikh Ibrahim's house to cook the fish, of which they made so tempting a dish that Noureddin and the fair person ate of it with great relish. When they had finished, Noureddin took 30 gold pieces, all that remained of what Sanjari had given them, and presented them to the Caliph, who, thanking him, asked as a further favor if the lady would play him 1 piece on the lute. Noureddin is an idiot. You've given away the last of your money again. You'll never escape this. You have no more money. You are on the run, and you're just like, yeah, let's have a party. Fucking hell, dude. Anyway, the Persian gladly consented and sang and played so as to delight the Caliph, fisherman in her eyes. Noureddin, in the habit of giving to others whatever they admired, said, Fisherman, as she pleases you so much, take her. She is yours. What the fuck is wrong with you? I know you were going to sell her, but she's worth like 4,000 gold pieces. What the fuck is wrong with you? The fair Persian, astounded that he should wish to part from her, since you know she's your wife, whatever, took her lute and with tears in her eyes sang her reproaches to its music. The Caliph, still in the character of the fisherman, said to him, Sir, I perceive that this fair lady is your slave. Oblige me, I beg you, by relating your history. She's not. She's your fucking wife, but fine. Noureddin willingly granted this request and recounted everything from the purchase of the slave down to the present moment. Including the part where you didn't last very long? Including the part where you are married to her? Which part? And where do you go now? Okay, bye, Documancer. See you later. And Cage is back. Okay, good. Have a good time at the superb owl party. Wait a minute. And where do you go now? Asked the Caliph. Wherever the hand of Allah leads me, said Noureddin. Then, if you will listen to me, said the Caliph, you will immediately return to Balsora. I will give you a letter to the king, which will ensure you a good reception from him. It is an unheard of thing, said Noureddin, that a fisherman should be in correspondence with a king. Yeah, well, just give it a second, you'll find out. Let that not astonish you, answered the Caliph. We studied together and have always remained the best of friends. Though fortune, while making him a king, left me a humble fisherman. Yeah, no, we know that that's some bullshit. Just tell him the stuffs, but whatever. The Caliph then took a sheet of paper and wrote the following letter, at the top of which he put in very small characters this formula to show that he must be implicitly obeyed. In the name of the most merciful God. Letter of the Caliph Haroun-al-Raschid to the King of Balsora. Haroun-al-Raschid, son of Madhi, sends this letter to Muhammad Zinebi, his cousin. As soon as Noureddin, son of the Vizier Khacan, bearer of this letter, has given it to thee, and thou hast read it, take off thy royal mantle, put it on his shoulders, and seat him in thy place without fail. Farewell. What the fuck? You're like, give up your seat, king. Fuck you. Are you kidding me here? Oh, whatever. Okay, fine. I don't know how, but you're gonna do that. I always get distracted and lose it. Okay, the Caliph then gave his letter to Noureddin, who immediately set off with only what little money he possessed when Saint-Jard came to his assistance. No, he's out of money. We know he's out of money. Whatever. The beautiful Persian, inconsolable at his departure, sank on a sofa, bathed in tears. Good news, lady. You went from destined to king to stuck with this guy's son who you thought you loved, and now the frickin' Caliph. I think it's an upgrade. I mean, he was able to tell the king to go fuck off, so I think you're in a better street, man. Okay, but all right. She's in tears. When Noureddin had left the room, Shaykh Ibrahim, who had hitherto kept silent, said, Karim, for 2 miserable fish thou hast received a purse and a slave. I tell thee I will take the slave, and as to the purse, if it contains silver, thou mayst keep 1 piece. If gold, then I will take all, and give thee what copper pieces I have in my purse. Okay, buddy, you're trying to get money, and you don't know that that's the Caliph because you're an idiot. Of course a fisherman doesn't know a fucking king. What the hell is wrong with y'all? But alright, he was convincing somehow. Now here it must be related that when the Caliph went upstairs with the plate of fish, he ordered the vizier to hasten to the palace and bring back 4 slaves bearing a change of raiment, who should wait outside the pavilion till the Caliph should clap his hands. Okay, so he said, okay, go cook the fish, but also do this. So now they're waiting outside for him to clap. Still personating the fisherman, my gosh, the Caliph answered, Shaykh Ibrahim, whatever is in the purse I will share equally with you, but as to the slave, I will keep her for myself. If you do not agree to these conditions, you shall have nothing. The old man, furious at this insolence, as he considered it, took a cup and threw it at the Caliph, who easily avoided a missile from the hand of a drunken man. It hit against the wall and broke into 1,000 pieces. Shaykh Ibrahim, still more enraged, then went out to fetch a stick. The Caliph at that moment clapped his hands, and the vizier and the 4 slaves entering took off the fisherman's dress and put on him that which they had brought. When Shaykh Ibrahim returned, a thick stick in his hand, the Caliph was seated on his throne, and nothing remained of the fisherman but his clothes in the middle of the room. Throwing himself on the ground at the Caliph's feet, he said, "Commander of the faithful, your miserable slave has offended you and craves forgiveness." Are you fucking kidding me? The Caliph came down from his throne and says, "Rise, I forgive thee." The shit. Then, turning to the Persian, he said, "Fair lady, now you know who I am." And did she not also see him get changed? Did she see him naked? Did she see him naked? I'm just saying. Okay. And then so he's dressed. I scrolled and now I have lost it. Fair lady, now you know who I am. Learn also that I have sent Noureddin to Balsora to be king, and as soon as all his necessary preparations are made, I will send you there to be queen. What? You're gonna be that nice? Okay, this guy clearly doesn't actually punish people. That punishment you're stuck with me theory, I think, is what really happens with this guy. Honestly, he's being too nice about this. Anyway, meanwhile, I will give you an apartment in my palace where you'll be treated with all honor. Maybe he's hoping that he's going to convince her to fall in love with him instead of the shitty guy that just gave her away, but fine. At this, the beautiful Persian took courage, and the Caliph was as good as his word, recommending her to the care of his wife, Zubaydah. Noureddin made all haste on his journey to Balsora, and on his arrival there went straight to the palace of the king, of whom he demanded an audience. It was immediately granted, and holding the letter high above his head, he forced his way through the crowd. While the king read the letter, he changed color. What? I don't get to be king? He would instantly have executed the caliph's order, but first he showed the letter to Sawi. Oh no, not Sawi, whose interests were equally at stake with his own. Pretending that he wished to read it a second time, Sawi turned aside as if to seek a better light. Unperceived by anyone, he tore off the formula from the top of the letter, put it to his mouth and swallowed it. Then turning to the king said, "Your Majesty has no need to obey this letter. The writing is indeed that of the Caliph, but the formula is absent. Besides, he has not sent an express with a patent, without which the letter is useless. Leave all to me, and I will take the consequences." Oh my god. Oh my god. He ate the letter. Oh my gosh, I was just talking about this with someone. Oh my gosh. Okay. He ate the letter. And says, no. The king not only listened to the persuasions of Sawi, I'm wondering, the king probably saw the thing and is probably like, what? That totally happened. No. He's just going with Sawi's shit, but gave Noureddin into his hands. Such a severe bastinado was first administered to him. I don't know what bastinado is, but I can't imagine it was good. That he was left more dead than alive. Okay, so it's very bad. Then Sawi threw him into the darkest and deepest dungeon and fed him only on bread and water. Hey, that's not bad, but yeah, it's good to have more than just that. After 10 days, Sawi determined to put an end to Noureddin's life, but dared not without the king's authority. To gain this end, he loaded several of his own slaves with rich gifts and presented himself at their head to the king, saying that they were from the new king on his coronation. Wait, what? What new king? Who? Anyway, what? Said the king. Is that wretch still alive? Go and behead him at once. I authorize you. I don't know what the deal with the new king did. Oh, maybe they were from the Caliph for when Noureddin became king? I don't know. But anyways, no, go kill him. Sire, said Sawi, I thank your majesty for the justice you do me. I would further beg, as Noureddin publicly affronted me, He didn't affront you at all. Oh, no, wait. He beat him up, right? He beat him to death. No, that's fair. You did beat him nearly to death when you were weirdly lying about wanting to sell your wife. Yeah. No, okay, this is deserved. Okay. He beat me up a bunch. That the execution might be in front of the palace, and that it might be proclaimed throughout the city, so that no one may be ignorant of it. Let's make sure we embarrass the hell out of him when we kill him. Okay. The king granted these requests, and the announcement caused universal grief, for the memory of Noureddin's father was still fresh in the hearts of his people. Saouy, accompanied by 20 of his own slaves, went to the prison to fetch Noureddin, whom he mounted on a wretched horse without a saddle. Oh no! They hurt his junk, too. It's literally the only reason they're including that is to say we made sure he hurt his nuts real bad, too, when he had to ride a horse that was bony and had no saddle. Fucking hell. They arrived at the palace. Saouy went into the king, leaving Noureddin in the square, hemmed in not only by Saoui's slaves, but the royal guard, as opposed to that one time his mother left him blocked from a place with only 2 little slaves there. Oh my gosh. They had great difficulty in preventing the people from rushing in and rescuing Noureddin. Oh, there were still so many people, but they still struggled to keep people away. So great was the indignation against Saouy that if anyone had set the example, he would have been stoned on his way through the streets. Saouy, who witnessed the agitation of the people from the windows of the king's privy chambers, called to the executioner to strike at once. The king, however, ordered him to delay. Not only was he jealous of Saoui's interference, but he had another reason. A troop of horsemen was seen at that moment riding at full gallop towards the square. Saouy suspected who they might be and urged the king to give the signal for the execution without delay, but this the king refused to do till he knew the horsemen were. Okay, so it's very clear the horsemen are from the Caliph, come to see for sure that Noureddin is now king. They're probably even bringing the wife over too. It'd be lovely if she had a name, but of course women don't get names in this story. But the idea that everyone was like jostling to try and make sure they saved him and all of this, I stand by that this was written by Noureddin. It was they just really hate Saouy. It's just a bunch of lies. There's just too much going on. Too much, like, exaggeration and, like, negating it in the other way a little bit. Like, then why is this and this happening at the same time, guys? What the hell? But okay. The horsemen are here. Now they were the Vizier Jafar and his suite, arriving at full speed from Baghdad. For several days after Noureddin's departure with the letter, the Caliph had forgotten to send the express with the patent, without which the letter was useless. Hearing a beautiful voice one day in the women's part of the palace uttering lamentations, he was informed that it was the voice of the fair Persian, and suddenly calling to mind the patent. So he had completely forgotten everybody. He was like, oh, right, the pretty lady. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about her. I was too busy fucking Jafar. I had to punish him, remember? Anyway. He was informed that, and suddenly calling to mind the patent, he sent for Jafar and ordered him to make for Balsora with the utmost speed. If Noureddin were dead, to hang Saouy. If he were still alive, to bring him at once to Baghdad along with the king and Saouy. Jafar rode at full speed through the square and alighted at the steps of the palace, where the king came to greet him. The vizier's first question was whether Noureddin was still alive. The king replied that he was, and he was immediately led forth, though bound hand and foot. By the vizier's orders, his bonds were immediately undone, and Saouy was tied with the same cords. Fuck you, dude, I guess. I don't know if he deserves it. I mean, he deserves some of it, for sure, but I don't know if he deserves all of this. Next day, Jafar returned to Baghdad, bearing with him the king, Saouy, and Noureddin. When the Caliph heard what treatment Noureddin had received, he authorized him to behead Saouy with his own hands. Oh my god. With his own hands? God, pop him like a pimple? What the fuck? but he declined to shed the blood of his enemy. Aww. Who was forthwith handed over to the executioner. Oh, okay, so he still died. The Caliph also desired Noureddin to reign over Balsora, but this too he declined, saying that after what had passed there he preferred never to return, but to enter the service of the Caliph. He became one of his most intimate courtiers, and lived long in great happiness with the fair Persian. You did not deserve your wife, sir. As to the king, the Caliph contented himself with sending him back to Balsora with a recommendation to be more careful in the future in his choice of his vizier. The end. What nonsense is that? I mean, can you believe it, folks? Whatever. Alright. I scoop my little footrest. Okay. Oof. I stretch. It is definitely Redeem's time again. Gonna pull this over here. Very important. Alright. We have sniffs, we have humming, and then we have the kalimba. Ooh. Okay. Sniffs up first. Let's do that. And then da-da-da-da. Alright. There we go. Yeah. Alright. And this time I will remember to run an ad while we are on break as opposed to interrupting the story. I will remember. Probably. Okay, Sniffs time. Alright, there was our sniffs. Now, I think I'll start with kalimba instead of humming. And then we'll do kalimba after, humming after kalimba. Just cause I feel like it, and I already have it here. So, let's go ahead. I need to scoot the mic back. I'm very loud poppy right now. Here we go. Am I gonna get this right? Yeah, okay. No, I'm not gonna get this right. Okay. We're gonna do one more. Gonna do the sleepy song. Annie, welcome in. I'm doing kalimba, so I gotta focus. But somebody will give you a shout out very soon. Hold on. Woo! I did both of those with a lot less mess ups than I usually do. Because can you believe it? Practiced. I know that's insane. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But okay, there was our kalimba, 2 songs, and I ran through them twice because I didn't mess up as much. Wow, can you believe it? And now we'll do some humming. But hi, oh my gosh, I was gonna say hi, Cage, because Cage did the shout out, and you thank Cage. But hi, Annie. Hello. How are you? Are you feeling good? Cage, I feel so called out. Why do you feel called out? You shouted her out. What do you mean you feel called out? I knew it would have been any one of my mods that would have been quickly jumping on, giving Annie a shout out, but you would probably be fastest about it. You're right. You're right. You're doing okay? Well, I hope that can change to better soon, but I'm glad it's not bad. I'm doing humming. I'm doing humming next. What should we do with humming? Would you prefer something? I do my best to keep away from copyright, so like I only have so many that I do, and you maybe don't know them. But if you're going for a vibe, maybe Annie, maybe we can do that. If not, I've got ideas just fine. Got lots. That should be over here. It's like mess. Okay. Chaos. I'll put the kalimba over here too, maybe. Okay. Where will we start? I think. Well, I guess I should wait like 5 minutes for that song, actually. Da, 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 da. Oh, I'm losing my. What is the? Alright, I have done my humming. I think we're gonna get back into stories if there's no other redeems. I'm going to be moving on to the next story though. It'll be a new one. We won't have to do a recap. It's the next story in the Arabian Nights 1001 Nights. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, I will do that. But guess which one this is? Oh my god, stop yelling at me. You're so mean. I say as I comply. It's the story, guys. It's the story. It's Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. It's the one we all know from this frickin' book. And I think I'm gonna be able to read this one in one straight shot. It's I'm torn. It might take a while. But oh my gosh, I almost forgot. I very much almost forgot. But I have to run an ad. I know, ridiculous. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad so that we have time to read with less interruptions. This is gonna be Aladdin. Yeah, Aladdin is from 1001 Nights, Arabian Nights. Partially why the song Arabian Nights, like Arabian days. Yeah. But okay, 1-minute ad about to go in, and then we're gonna get started on that. And yeah. So hold on. You'll just have to deal with this one ad. Here we go. I'm just hitting buttons in the meantime. Yeah. It'll be that and that. And it'll say no, actually that's it. That's it. Okay. Oh no. Spelled correctly, Raven. Come on. Yeah. Only a little bit left. Okay. I'm having the go juice. Well, my version of go juice. The quite flat at this point soda. I don't mind that it's flat. It just means that it wasn't very good for the bubble sound. Oops. Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, here we go. Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. The official title for this. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on, I can feel it. My nose is upset. Well, I didn't mute. I made you real quiet, though. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that sneeze has me a little bit dizzy. My gosh. Hello. Hi, Reapia. Okay. It is Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. That is what time it is now. Okay. Sorry. Okay. There once lived a poor tailor who had a son called Aladdin, a careless, idle boy who would do nothing but play all day long in the streets with little idle boys like himself. Well, how old was he? I can't blame him if he's 8, but dude, okay. This so grieved the father that he died. Jesus Christ, what kind of story is this saying? Don't do enough work and it'll kill me? Fuck you, Dad. Rude. Anyway, yet, in spite of his mother's tears and prayers, Aladdin did not mend his ways. One day when he was playing in the streets as usual, a stranger asked him his age, and if he were the son of Mustafa the tailor. I am, sir, replied Aladdin, so you don't say how old you are, what the fuck? But he died a long while ago. On this, the stranger, who was a famous African magician, fell on his neck and kissed him, saying, I am your uncle, and knew you from your likeness to my brother. Go to your mother and tell him I am coming. Is this a scam? On this, the stranger who was famous, Aladdin ran home and told his mother of his newly found uncle. Indeed, child, she said, your father had a brother, but I always thought he was dead. He probably is, and this is a scam. However, she prepared supper and bade Aladdin seek his uncle, who came laden with wine and fruit. He presently fell down and kissed the place where Mustafa used to sit, bidding Aladdin's mother not to be surprised at not having seen him before, as he had been 40 years out of the country. He then turned to Aladdin and asked him his trade, at which the boy hung his head, while his mother burst into tears. On learning that Aladdin was idle and would learn no trade, he offered to take a shop for him and stock it with merchandise. Okay, so you're going to be a merchant. Next day, he bought Aladdin a fine suit of clothes and took him all over the city, showing him the sights, and brought him home at nightfall to his mother, who was overjoyed to see her son so fine. Next day, the magician led Aladdin into some beautiful gardens a long way outside the city gates. They sat down by a fountain, and the magician pulled a cake from his girdle, which he had divided between them. They then journeyed onwards till they almost reached the mountains. Aladdin was so tired that he begged to go back, but the magician beguiled him with pleasant stories and led him on in spite of himself. At last they came to 2 mountains divided by a narrow valley. We will go no further, said the false uncle. False uncle! Which was a sentence? Tell me which one was a sentence. I missed it. I'm just reading words. My brain is kind of left. But false uncle hit me because they've officially proved that it is a scam. And I like that. I maybe misheard it, but I heard, oh boy. Hydrate. Pulled the cake from, yeah, that's exactly it. I was about to say something, but I was like, no, I guess he did that. He is a magician, after all. He pulls rabbit from hat. He pulls cake from girdle. I guess that's what he does. Do you have a cake in your girdle, or are you just happy to see me? Okay, but false uncle. He says, we will go no further. Pull girdle from turtle. No. Cake is bread, right? I think it's just sweet bread in this case. A specific sweet kind of bread. In this case, it's a loaf of something, yeah. But think like coffee cake, slightly less crumbly, probably. More like, where it's kind of like a loaf. You can't say it's not exactly a loaf. It just happens to be a round loaf. You know. It is cake, but it's very similar to bread. It's just a bit sweet. Yeah. Anyway, okay. We go no further, said the false uncle. I will show you something wonderful. Only do you gather up sticks while I kindle a fire. You're kindling a fire without the sticks? Probably should get sticks and then the fire, sir. I understand you're a magician, but there is an order to this. When it was lit, the magician threw on it a powder he had about him, at the same time saying some magical words. The earth trembled a little and opened in front of them, disclosing a square, flat stone with a brass ring in the middle to raise it by. Aladdin tried to run away, but the magician caught him and gave him a blow that knocked him down. "Oh, no! What have I done, uncle?" he said piteously. Whereupon the magician said more kindly, "Fear nothing, but obey me. Beneath this stone lies a treasure, which is to be yours, and no one else may touch it, so you must do exactly as I tell you." At the word treasure, Aladdin forgot his fears. Well, okay, little dude. And grasped the ring as he was told, saying the names of his father and grandfather. The stone came up quite easily, and some steps appeared. "Go down," said the magician. "At the foot of those steps you will find an open door leading into 3 large halls. Tuck up your gown and go through them without touching anything, or you will die instantly. These halls lead into a garden of fine fruit trees. Walk on till you come to a niche in a terrace where stands a lighted lamp. Pour out the oil it contains and bring it to me." He drew a ring from his finger and gave it to Aladdin, bidding him prosper. Aladdin found everything as the magician had said, gathered some fruit off the trees, and having got the lamp, arrived at the mouth of the cave. "Why did you take fruit? But I guess... whatever." The magician cried out in great hurry, "Make haste and give me the lamp." This Aladdin refused to do until he was out of the cave. The magician threw into a terrible passion, and throwing some more powder on the fire, he said something, and the stone rolled back into its place. The magician left Persia forever, which plainly showed that he was no uncle of Aladdin's, but a cunning magician who had read in his magic books of a wonderful lamp, which would make him the most powerful man in the world. Though he alone knew where to find it, he could only receive it from the hand of another. He had picked out the foolish Aladdin for this purpose, intending to get the lamp and kill him afterwards. For 2 days Aladdin remained in the dark, crying and lamenting. At last he clasped his hands in prayer, and in so doing rubbed the ring, which the magician had forgotten to take from him. Immediately an enormous and frightful genie rose out of the earth, saying, "What wouldst thou with me?" Noon? Did I mispronounce alone for some reason? My nose is being mean. Don't laugh at me. No, wait, where was I? Though he alone knew where to find it. Yes. I do remember saying it funny there, but I just pushed through. Yeah. Yeah. But oh my gosh, the genie came out of the ring. Did anybody catch that? He didn't come out of the fucking lamp. He came out of the ring. Disney was wrong to change a pretty pivotal piece. My gosh. Okay. To be fair, they changed other things too, but whatever. He rose out of the earth, saying, "What wouldst thou with me? I am the slave of the ring, and will obey thee in all things." And I'm yawning while I'm reading just a little bit. Okay. Aladdin fearlessly replied, "Deliver me from this place." Whereupon the earth opened, and he found himself outside. As soon as his eyes could bear the light, he went home, but fainted on the threshold. When he came to himself, he told his mother what had passed, and showed her the lamp and the fruits he had gathered in the garden. "You sat there for 2 days and didn't eat the fucking fruit? Were you ever going to eat the fruit?" My God, okay. Which were in reality precious stones. He then asked for the food. Oh, okay, so you probably bit into a ruby and was like, "Ow, damn it." Anyway, Alas, child, she said, I have nothing in the house, but I have spun a little cotton and will go and sell it. Aladdin bade her keep her cotton, for he would sell the lamp instead. Don't do that. As it was very dirty, he began to rub it, that it might fetch a higher price. Instantly a hideous genie appeared and asked what she would have. She fainted away, but Aladdin, snatching the lamp, said boldly, Fetch me something to eat. Okay, so there was a ring genie and a lamp genie? What, does he get 6 wishes? Or does it multiply? Is it 9? Is it 6, but then because the 2 genies also maybe have a baby genie, then it's 9? No, okay. Fetch me something to eat. The genie returned with a silver bowl, 12 silver plates containing rich meats, 2 silver cups, and 2 bottles of wine. He's a child, he should not be drinking. Aladdin's mother, when she came to herself, said, Whence comes this splendid feast? Ask not, but eat, replied Aladdin. So they sat at breakfast till it was dinner time, and Aladdin told his mother about the lamp. She begged him to sell it and have nothing to do with devils. Oh, they're devils, are they? They fed you, meanie. Okay. No, said Aladdin, since chance has made us aware of its virtues, we will use it and the ring likewise, which I shall always wear on my finger. When they had eaten all the genie had brought, Aladdin sold one of the silver plates, and so on till none were left. He then had recourse to the genie, who gave him another set of plates, and thus they lived for many years. One day Aladdin heard an order from the Sultan proclaim that everyone was to stay at home and close his shutters while the princess, his daughter, went to and from the bath. Oh no, this will go poorly. Aladdin was seized by a desire to see her face, which was very difficult, as she always went veiled. She went veiled, but no one's supposed to look at her at all anyway? Why do they all have to shut up their... Okay, fine. I'm not going to question it. He hid himself behind the door of the bath and peeped through a chink. The princess lifted her veil as she went in, and looked so beautiful that Aladdin fell in love with her at first sight. He went home so changed that his mother was frightened. He told her he loved the princess so deeply that he could not live without her, and meant to ask her in marriage of her father. His mother, on hearing this, burst out laughing, but Aladdin at last prevailed upon her to go before the Sultan and carry his request. Well, that's going to go even worse for him. She fetched a napkin and laid in it the magic fruits from the enchanted garden, which sparkled and shone like the most beautiful jewels. She took these with her to please the Sultan, and set out, trusting them in the lamp. The Grand Vizier and the Lords of Council had just gone in as she entered the hall and placed herself in front of the Sultan. He, however, took no notice of her. She went every day for a week and stood in the same place. When the council broke up on the 6th day, the Sultan said to his Vizier, I see a certain woman in the audience chamber every day, carrying something in a napkin. Call her next time, that I may find out what she wants. Next day, at a sign from the Vizier, she went up to the foot of the throne and remained kneeling until the Sultan said to her, Rise, good woman, and tell me what you want. She hesitated, so the Sultan sent away all but the Vizier and bade her speak freely, promising to forgive her beforehand for anything she might say. She then told him of her son's violent love for the violent? It's violent now? But okay, violent love for the princess. I prayed him to forget her, she said, but in vain. He threatened to do some desperate deed if I... Oh, yeah, that is violent. If I refused to go and ask your majesty for the hand of the princess. Now I pray you to forgive me alone. To forgive not me alone, but my son Aladdin. The veil thing is like losing your top on it. You cover up when others aren't supposed to look. But she didn't lose the veil. She was walking there very veiled. It's just that at the bath, she takes it off. I think. But anyway. My son, Aladdin. The Sultan asked her kindly what she had in the napkin, whereupon she unfolded the jewels and presented them. He was thunderstruck. Insert song here. And turning to the Vizier, said, What sayest thou? Ought I not to bestow the princess on one who values her at such a price? The vizier, who wanted her for his own son, sorry. Okay, so this version of Jafar doesn't want to take her. He wants to set her up with his own son. Begged the Sultan to withhold her for 3 months, in the course of which he hoped his son would contrive to make him a richer present. The Sultan granted this, and told Aladdin's mother that though he consented to the marriage, she must not appear before him again for 3 months. Aladdin waited patiently for nearly 3 months, but after 2 had elapsed, his mother, going into the city to buy oil, found everyone rejoicing, and asked what was going on. "Oh no, he did it! The vizier's done it. Do you not know," was the answer, "that the son of the Grand Vizier is to marry the Sultan's daughter tonight?" Well, that's fast. Breathless, she ran and told Aladdin, who was overwhelmed at first, but presently bethought him of the lamp. He rubbed it, and the genie appeared, saying, "What is thy will?" Aladdin replied, "The Sultan, as thou knowest, has broken his promise to me, and the vizier's son is to have the princess. My command is that tonight you bring hither the bride and bridegroom." And bridegroom? Oh no. I think it's about to get violent. Anyway, "Master, I obey," said the genie. Aladdin then went to his chamber, where, sure enough, at midnight the genie transported the bed containing the vizier's son and the princess. In the bed? Oh fuck, they already started? Oh goodness, oh no, I don't like that. Okay. Also, which one of the genies? And it seems like they don't seem to have a max on how many things you can command of them. Or at least one of them doesn't, since he asks for the plates and the plates and the plates and the plates. Anyway. Okay. "Take this new married man," he said, "and put him outside in the cold, and return him at daybreak." Whereupon the genie took the vizier's son out of bed, leaving Aladdin with the princess. "Fear nothing," Aladdin said to her. "You are my wife, promised to me by your unjust father, and no harm shall come to you." The princess was too frightened to speak, and passed the most miserable night of her life, while Aladdin lay down beside her and slept soundly. So they just slept, as far as this story says, but Andrew Lang could have been scrubbing some parts away. I'm very nervous that they showed up in bed. At the appointed hour, the genie fetched in the shivering bridegroom, laid him in his place, and transported the bed back to the palace. Presently the Sultan came to wish his daughter good morning. The unhappy vizier's son jumped up and hid himself, while the princess would not say a word, and was very sorrowful. "Hello, welcome in." The Sultan sent her mother to her, who said, "How comes it, child, that you will not speak to your father? What has happened?" "Oh, it's Wally. Why is your name different? But anyway, okay. Hello, welcome in." "Why will you not talk to your father? What has happened?" The princess sighed deeply, and at last told her mother how during the night the bed had been carried into some strange house, and what had passed there. Her mother did not believe her in the least, but bade her rise and consider it an idle dream. The following night exactly the same thing happened, and next morning, on the princess's refusing to speak, the Sultan threatened to cut off her head. Fuck, dude, calm down, Dad. Jeez. She then confessed all, bidding him ask the vizier's son if it were not so. The Sultan told the vizier to ask his son, who owned the truth, adding that, dearly as he loved the princess, he had rather die than go through another such fearful night, and wished to be separated from her. So he's like, "I don't want to be married to her if this is how this is going to be." His wish was granted, and there was an end of feasting and rejoicing. When the 3 months were over, the original 3 months or a new 3 months, Aladdin sent his mother to remind the Sultan of his promise. She stood in the same place as before, and the Sultan, who had forgotten Aladdin, at once remembered him and sent for her. On seeing her poverty, the Sultan felt less inclined than ever to keep his word, and asked the vizier's advice, who counseled him to set so high a value on the princess that no man living could come up to it. "Hello, Dark Storm. Hello. Take care and bye." "Okay, well, bye as well. Take care. Have a good day. Or eat well, whatever you're up to. Happy time zone, whatever time zone." All right. Um, the Sultan then turned to Aladdin's mother, saying, "Good woman, a sultan must remember his promises, and I will remember mine. But your son must first send me 40 basins of gold, brimful of jewels, carried by 40 redacted slaves. We don't need to specify, and led by as many other ones. Fucking hell. Why is there a hierarchy in fucking slaves? Fuck off. Okay. Splendidly dressed. I don't know which set of 40 slaves is supposed to be dressed well, or maybe they all are, but anyway, all the slaves. Tell them that I await his answer." The mother of Aladdin bowed low and went home, thinking all was lost. She gave Aladdin the message, adding, "He may wait long enough for your answer." "Not so long, mother, as you think," her son replied. "I would do a great deal more than that for the princess." He summoned the genie, and in a few moments the 80 slaves arrived and filled the small house and garden. Yeah, I would think that would fill up everywhere. I lost my spot. Aladdin made them set out to the palace, 2 and 2, followed by his mother. They were so richly dressed, with such splendid jewels in their girdles. I guess everybody stores stuff in their girdles. That everyone crowded to see them and the basins of gold they carried on their heads. They entered the palace, and after kneeling before the Sultan, stood in a half circle round the throne with their arms crossed, while Aladdin's mother presented them to the Sultan. He hesitated no longer, but said, "Good woman, return and tell your son that I wait for him with open arms. I thought that he was walking with them." Aladdin made them go, followed by his mother. Oh no, so he didn't go himself. She lost no time in telling Aladdin, bidding him make haste, but Aladdin first called the genie. "I want a scented bath," he said, "a richly embroidered habit, a horse surpassing the Sultan's, and 20 slaves to attend me." This time he wasn't specifying what kind of slaves. That's interesting. "Besides this, 6 slaves beautifully dressed to wait on my mother, and lastly, 10,000 pieces of gold in 10 purses." Does that mean 100,000 pieces of gold, or 10,000 split up in sets of 1,000? Anyway, no sooner said than done. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Who did that? Words? No sooner said than done. Aladdin mounted his horse and passed through the streets, the slaves strewing gold as they went. Those who had played with him in his childhood knew him not. He had grown so handsome. How long has it been since he was just playing in the street? Anyway, okay. When the Sultan saw him, he came down from his throne, embraced him, and led him into a hall where a feast was spread, intending to marry him to the princess that very day. But Aladdin refused, saying, "I must build a palace fit for her," and took his leave. Well, hell yeah, buddy. Make a nice place. Once home, he said to the genie, "Build me a palace of the finest marble, set with jasper, agate, and other precious stones. In the middle you shall build me a large hall with a dome, its 4 walls of massy gold and silver, each side having 6 windows, whose lattices, all except one, which is to be left unfinished, must be set with diamonds and rubies. There must be stables and horses and grooms and slaves. Go and see about it." The palace was finished by next day, and the genie carried him there and showed him all his orders faithfully carried out, even to the laying of a velvet carpet from Aladdin's palace to the Sultan's. Aladdin's mother then dressed herself carefully and walked to the palace with her slaves, while he followed her on horseback. The Sultan sent musicians with trumpets and cymbals to meet them, so that the air resounded with music and cheers. She was then taken to the princess, who saluted her and treated her with great honor. Okay, now I'm seeing her do a typical, Western army salute. It is a very silly image to me, because they're being very flowy ladies, and then just all of a sudden, very aggressively stiff. It would be silly. Okay. At night, the princess said goodbye to her father and set out on the carpet for Aladdin's palace, with his mother at her side and followed by the 100 slaves. Is that how many there are right now? Damn. She was charmed at the sight of Aladdin, who ran to receive her. "Princess," he said, "blame your beauty for my boldness if I have displeased you." She told him that, having seen him, she willingly obeyed her father in this matter. After the wedding had taken place, Aladdin led her into the hall, where a feast was spread, and she supped with him, after which they danced till midnight. Next day Aladdin invited the Sultan to see the palace. On entering the hall with the 24 windows, with their rubies, diamonds, and emeralds, he cried, "It is a world's wonder. There is only one thing that surprises me. Was it by accident that one window was left unfinished? "No, sir, by design," returned Aladdin. "I wished your majesty to have the glory of finishing this palace." The Sultan was pleased and sent for the best jewelers in the city. He showed them the unfinished window and bade them fit it up like the others. "Sir," replied their spokesman, "we cannot find jewels enough." The Sultan had his own fetched, which they soon used, but to no purpose, for in a month's time the work was not half done. Aladdin, knowing that their task was vain, bade them undo their work and carry the jewels back, and the genie finished the window at his command. The Sultan was surprised to receive his jewels again and visited Aladdin, who showed him the window finished. The Sultan embraced him, the envious vizier meanwhile hinting that it was the work of enchantment. Aladdin had won the hearts of the people by his gentle bearing. He was made captain of the Sultan's armies and won several battles for him, but remained modest and courteous as before, and lived thus in peace and content for several years. Okay, so they're talking about an army. What if the princess saluted the Aladdin's mom? Cause many places they make the royalty serve in whatever army for a time. What if the princess had served in the army, and then what if Aladdin's mom had also? That would make sense then. I like that headcanon. Makes me happy. Some badass ladies. That's good. Okay. But far away in Africa, the magician remembered Aladdin, and by his magic arts discovered that Aladdin, instead of perishing miserably in the cave, had escaped and had married a princess, with whom he was living in great honor and wealth. He knew that the poor tailor's son could only have accomplished this by means of the lamp, or the ring. You gave him 2 fucking genies, dude. Anyway, and traveled night and day till he reached the capital of China, bent on Aladdin's ruin. As he passed through the town, he heard people talking everywhere about a marvelous palace. "Forgive my ignorance," he asked. "What is this palace you speak of?" "Have you not heard of Prince Aladdin's palace?" was the reply. "The greatest wonder in the world. I will direct you if you have a mind to see it." The magician thanked him who spoke, and having seen the palace, knew that it had been raised by the genie of the lamp. What about the one of the ring? Anyway, and became half mad with rage. He determined to get hold of the lamp, and again plunge Aladdin into the deepest poverty. Why? Why do you gotta be an ass? Unluckily, Aladdin had gone a-hunting for 8 days, which gave the magician plenty of time. He bought 12 copper lamps, put them into a basket, and went to the palace crying, "New lamps for old," followed by a jeering crowd. So here he goes being shifty. We have read this before. I think that Aladdin story was put into one of Andrew Lang's other books when we read them, but I think it was just a little bit different from this. I don't know for sure. It sounds like a lot of it's the same, but little pieces might be different. The princess, sitting in the hall of 24 windows, sent a slave to find out what the noise was about, who came back laughing, so that the princess scolded her. "Madam," replied the slave, "who can help laughing to see an old fool offering to exchange fine new lamps for old ones?" Another slave, hearing this, said, "There is an old one on the cornice there which he can have." Now this was the magic lamp, which Aladdin had left there, as he could not take it out hunting with him. The princess, not knowing its value, laughingly bade the slave take it and make the exchange. She went and said to the magician, "Give me a new lamp for this." He snatched it and bade the slave take her choice. Amid the jeers of the crowd, little he cared, but left off crying his lamps, and went out of the city, crying about new lamps for old lamps for sale. I don't, anyway, and went out of the city gates to a lonely place where he remained till nightfall. When he pulled out the lamp and rubbed it, the genie appeared, and at the magician's command carried him, together with the palace and the princess in it, to a lonely place in Africa. Next morning the Sultan looked out of the window towards Aladdin's palace and rubbed his eyes, for it was gone. He sent for the vizier and asked what had become of the palace. The vizier looked out too, and was lost in astonishment. He again put it down to enchantment, and this time the Sultan believed him, and sent 30 men on horseback to fetch Aladdin in chains. 'Cause of course he did that purposefully. Oh my God. They met him riding home, bound him, and forced him to go with them on foot. The people, however, who loved him, followed, armed to see that he came to no harm. He was carried before the Sultan, who ordered the executioner to cut off his head. The executioner made Aladdin kneel down, bandaged his eyes, and raised his scimitar to strike. I always am like, wait, how do we like to pronounce that one? Scimitar? Anyway, at that instant, the vizier, who saw that the crowd had forced their way into the courtyard and were scaling the walls to rescue Aladdin, called the executioner to stay his hand. The people indeed looked so threatening that the Sultan gave way and ordered Aladdin to be unbound and pardoned him in the sight of the crowd. Okay, they're riding. We should probably calm down. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. False wretch. Oh, no, wait. Aladdin now begged to know what he had done. False wretch, said the Sultan. Come hither, and showed him from the window the place where his palace had stood. Aladdin was so amazed that he could not say a word. I was hoping that he'd be like, and they'd be like, that's where your house should be. And then he would be like, huh? What? Double take? Ahooga eyes. It would be very fun. Anyway, okay. Where is my palace and my daughter? Demanded the Sultan. I think you mean, where is your palace and my daughter? Or, where is your palace and your wife? I think those are the words, sir. Anyway, the Sultan demanded. For the first, I am not so deeply concerned, but my daughter I must have, and you must find her or lose your head. Aladdin begged for 40 days in which to find her, promising if he failed to return and suffered death at the Sultan's pleasure. His prayer was granted, and he went forth sadly from the Sultan's presence. For 3 days he wandered about like a madman, asking everyone what had become of his palace, but they only laughed and pitied him. He came to the banks of a river and knelt down to say his prayers before throwing himself in. In so doing, he rubbed the magic ring he still wore. How do you forget about the second fucking genie you own? Whatever. The genie, maybe the ring genie wasn't as good as the lamp genie, and so you've kind of looked down on the ring genie and you totally forgot because you only used the lamp genie, but then the ring genie's like, dude, I can still do magic, and you're like, oh yeah, you can do great stuff. Anyway, he's got the ring genie, and the genie he had seen in the cave appeared and asked his will. So yeah, we haven't seen this genie since the cave. We really have ignored him. Damn. Save my life, genie, said Aladdin, and bring my palace back. That is not in my power. Oh, geez, that is literally, wow, okay. I'm only the slave of the ring. You must ask the slave of the lamp. Even so, said Aladdin, but thou canst take me to the palace and set me down under my dear wife's window. He at once found himself in Africa under the window of the princess and fell asleep out of sheer weariness. Okay, out of sheer weariness, that makes me like, did he actually take a really long time to get there, but his memory was scrubbed by the genie? Is that how this genie works? Or is it that he actually got dropped there? Either way, okay. He was awakened by the singing of the birds, and his heart was lighter. He saw plainly that all his misfortunes were owing to the loss of the lamp, and vainly wondered who had robbed him of it. That morning the princess rose earlier than she had done, since she had been carried into Africa by the magician, whose company she was forced to endure once a day. By company forced to endure, what do you mean? What do you mean? She, however, treated him so harshly that he dare not live there altogether. Okay, that's good. That's good. Fight back, girl. Fight back. As she was dressing, one of her women looked out and saw Aladdin. The princess ran and opened the window, and at the noise she made, Aladdin looked up. So she squealed or something. She called to him to come to her, and great was the joy of these lovers at seeing each other once again. After he had kissed her, Aladdin said, "I beg of you, princess, in God's name, before we speak of anything else, for your own sake and mine, tell me what has become of an old lamp I left on the cornice in the hall of 4 and 20 windows. The hall of 4 and 20 windows. Can we just say the hall of 24 windows, or can we say window hall, window room, conservatory? Fucking, why do we have to say the hall of 4 and 20 windows? When I went a hunting. Alas, she said, I am the innocent cause of our sorrows, and told him of the exchange of the lamp. Now I know, cried Aladdin, that we have to thank the African magician for this. Where is the lamp? He carries it about with him, said the princess. I know, for he pulled it out of his breast to show me. He wishes to me to break my faith with you and marry him, saying that you were beheaded by my father's command. He is forever speaking ill of you, but I only reply by my tears. If I persist, I doubt not that he will use violence. Aladdin comforted her and left her for a while. Very good guy, being like, oh, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Good dude. Good. Being threatened to be stolen like that, and physically being stolen with the magic. Thank you for caring about how she feels, even though she has no name, because of course she doesn't get to have a name. Okay. He changed clothes with the first person he met in the town, and having bought a certain powder, returned to the princess, who let him in by a little side door. What do you mean, certain powder? What the fuck powder? Put on your most beautiful dress, he said to her, and receive the magician with smiles, leading him to believe that you have forgotten me. Invite him to sup with you, and say you wish to taste the wine of his country. He will go for some, and while he is gone, I will tell you what to do. Is the powder iocane powder? Is it a poison? I hope it's a poison. Let's kill the dude. She listened carefully to Aladdin, and when he left her, arrayed herself gaily for the first time since she left China. She put on a girdle and headdress of diamonds, and seeing in a glass that she looked more beautiful than ever, received the magician, saying to his great amazement, I have made up my mind that Aladdin is dead, and that all my tears will not bring him back to me, so I am resolved to mourn no more, and have therefore invited you to sup with me. But I am tired of the wines of China, and would fain taste those of Africa. The magician flew to his cellar, and the princess put the powder Aladdin had given her in a cup. Oh my god, she literally is. She's poisoning him. I love this. When he returned, she asked him to drink her health in the wine of Africa, handing him her cup in exchange for his as a sign she was reconciled to him. Before drinking, the magician made her a speech in praise of her beauty, but the princess cut him short, saying, Let me drink first, and you shall say what you will afterwards. She set her cup to her lips and kept it there, while the magician drained his to the dregs and fell back lifeless. The princess then opened the door to Aladdin and flung her arms around his neck, but Aladdin put her away, bidding her to leave him, as he had more to do. He then went to the dead magician, took the lamp out of his vest, and bade the genie carry the palace and all in it back to China. This was done, and the princess in her chamber only felt 2 little shocks, and little thought she was home again. The sultan, who was sitting in his closet mourning for his lost daughter, happened to look up and rubbed his eyes, for there stood the palace as before. He hastened thither, and Aladdin received him in the hall of the 4 and 20 windows, with the princess at his side. Aladdin told him what had happened, and showed him the dead body of the magician, that he might believe. A 10 days' feast was proclaimed, and it seems as if Aladdin might now live the rest of his life in peace. But it was not to be. The African magician had a younger brother, who was, if possible, more wicked and more cunning than himself. He traveled to China to avenge his brother's death and went to visit a pious woman called Fatima. You are the first woman to have a name in the last couple of stories. Congratulations. Thinking she might be of use to him, he entered her cell and clapped a dagger to her breast, telling her to rise and do his bidding on pain of death. He changed clothes with her, colored his face like hers, put on her veil, and murdered her that she might tell no tales. Of course. We kill the first woman with a name. Fuck women being people, I guess. Murdered her that she might tell no tales. Then he went towards the palace of Aladdin, and all the people, thinking he was the holy woman, gathered round him, kissing his hands and begging his blessing. When he got to the palace, there was such a noise. There was such a noise going on around him that the princess bade her slave look out the window and ask what was the matter. The slave said it was the holy woman curing people by her touch of their ailments, whereupon the princess, who had long desired to see Fatima, sent for her. On coming to the princess, the magician offered up a prayer for her health and prosperity. When he had done, the princess made him sit by her and begged him to stay with her always. The false Fatima, who wished for nothing better, consented, but kept his veil down for fear of discovery. The princess showed him the hall and asked him what he thought of it. "It is truly beautiful," said the false Fatima. "In my mind it wants but one thing." "And what is that?" said the princess. "If only a roc's egg," replied he, "were hung up from the middle of this dome, it would be the wonder of the world." Okay, good night, Gam. Eat well. Hope you have a great rest. We'll see you another time, maybe tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow, hopefully. Okay. Put a roc's egg up in the middle of the dome. Rock is a big magical bird, if I remember correct. So this is a feat. After this, the princess could think of nothing but a roc's egg, and when Aladdin returned from hunting, he found her in a very ill humor. He begged to know what was amiss. Okay, no worries. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Eat well. You wanted to know what was amiss, right? And she told him that all her pleasure in the hall was spoiled for the want of a roc's egg hanging from the dome. "If that is all," replied Aladdin, "you shall soon be happy." He left her and rubbed the lamp, and when the genie appeared, commanded him to bring a roc's egg. The genie gave such a loud and terrible shriek that the hall shook. "Wretch," he cried, "is it not enough that I have done everything for you, but you must command me to bring my master and hang him in the midst of this dome? You and your wife and your palace deserve to be burnt to ashes. But this request does not come from you, but from the brother of the African magician whom you destroyed. He is now in your palace disguised as the holy woman whom he murdered. He it was who put that wish into your wife's head. Take care of him yourself, for he means to kill you." So saying, the genie disappeared. So clearly, the genie was expected to get upset about that and go into a rage, but thankfully the genie knows more things than this lion dude does, and so genie told him the important info. Aladdin went back to the princess, saying his head ached and requesting that the holy Fatima should be fetched to lay her hands on it. But when the magician came near, Aladdin, seizing his dagger, pierced him to the heart. "What have you done?" cried the princess. "You have killed the holy woman." "Not so," replied Aladdin, "but a wicked magician," and told her of how she had been deceived. After this, Aladdin and his wife lived in peace. He succeeded the Sultan when he died, and reigned for many years, leaving behind him a long line of kings. The end. Oh, lovely. I thought that one would be a bit slower to get through, but I think I interrupted myself less often, as opposed to the last one a little bit too. But okay, that was Aladdin. I know. Thank you, yawns. Oh, damn it! I'm getting EP. Why am I getting EP? I should not be getting EP yet. Oh hey, we get to hear more stories about Caliph of Baghdad, Haroun-al-Raschid. He's popped up quite a few times, this guy. People like him. Oh, and it's a short one. Okay, I insist I read this one right away, because it's short, it's quick. Just gotta move all my stuff. Okay. Neat Adventures. It's a long title. Haroun-al-Raschid, Caliph of Baghdad. Long name, long title. We can do this. I'm not typing it all out. It would take too long. Okay. Ooh. We're definitely read this one. But the sudden eepiness, and be real, Raven, tell them the truth. I'm hungry. I want snacks quick. Feed me? No, you guys have been great. You have fed me. I have a snack coming. I'm very excited. Haroun-al-Raschid, one big long name, Caliph of Baghdad. Almost covering our little guy's face, but no, just cover my face. It's so funny that I'm like, I can't let the title cover my frog's face, but then I'll be like, oh yeah, no, cover my face up, it's fine. No! That's not how that's supposed to go either. I'll just scoot myself closer to a chat. How about that? That's good? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay. Alright. The Adventures of Haroun-al-Raschid, Caliph of Baghdad. This is the same one that we implied was going to punish Jafar with with some learn time. So this should be fun. I hope you enjoy. The Caliph Haroun-al-Raschid sat in his palace, wondering if there was anything left in the world that could possibly give him a few hours' amusement. Yeah, okay, I think I read him the right way. When Jafar, the Grand Vizier, his old and tried friend, okay, yeah, I read him the right way, suddenly appeared before him. Bowing low, he waited, as was his duty, till his master spoke. But Haroun-al-Raschid merely turned his head and looked at him, and sank back into his former weary posture. Okay, you're so dramatic. Okay, now I want to see a show where it's this guy being his lovely self. I mean, would you not like to see a silly kind of royalty show where it's queer and people of color and sassy and silly and a little bit of magic here and there? Like, I think that would be fun. I think it would be fun. And the episode where it was the Noureddin pops in, that would be silly little episode where he's like, what the hell is going on here? Okay, I'm gonna be a fisherman. Shh, just go with it, Jafar. We're doing this. Like, I think it would be silly. I think it would be cool. Okay. Now Jafar had something of importance to say to the Caliph, and had no intention of being put off by mere silence. So with another low bow in front of the throne, he began to speak. He's like, he's in one of his moods again. Commander of the faithful, said he, I have taken on myself to remind your highness that you have undertaken secretly to observe for yourself the manner in which justice is done and order is kept throughout the city. This is the day you have set apart to devote this object. This is reading entirely like a sitcom episode. Your Majesty, today's the day you are going to go to bring your king to work day. You're going to pretend to be a person in normal jury. You have jury duty. Go. Like, this is so silly. Oh my gosh. This is the day you have set apart to devote to this object, and perhaps in fulfilling this duty you may find some distraction from the melancholy to which, as I see to my sorrow, you are a prey. You are right, returned the Caliph. I had forgotten all about it. Go and change your coat, and I will change mine. A few moments later, they both re-entered the hall disguised as foreign merchants, and passed through a secret door, out into the open country. Here they turned towards the Euphrates, and crossing the river in a small boat, walked through that part of the town which lay along the further bank, without seeing anything to call for their interference. Much pleased with the peace and good order of the city, the Caliph and his vizier made their way to a bridge, which led straight back to the palace, and had already crossed it when they were stopped by an old blind man who begged for alms. The Caliph gave him a piece of money and was passing on, but the blind man seized his hand and held him fast. Charitable person, he said, whoever you may be, grant me yet another prayer. Strike me, I beg you, one blow. I have deserved it richly, and even a more severe penalty. This man grabbed this person that we have previously stamped with the kinky label a little bit, and asks, please hit me. What? Okay. Wow. The Caliph, which surprised at this request, replied gently, my good man, that which you ask is impossible. Of what use would my alms be if I treated you so ill? And as he spoke, he tried to loosen the grasp of the blind beggar. My lord, answered the man, pardon my boldness and persistence. Take back your money, or give me the blow which I crave. Crave! I have sworn a solemn oath that I will receive nothing without receiving chastisement. And if you knew all, you would feel the punishment is not a 10th part of what I deserve. Moved by these words, and perhaps still more by the fact that he had other business to attend to, the Caliph yielded and struck him lightly on the shoulder. Then he continued his road, followed by the blessing of the blind man. What the fuck is going on here? When they were out of earshot, he said to the vizier, there must be something very odd to make that man act so. I should like to find out what is the reason. Go back to him, tell him who I am, and order him to come without fail to the palace tomorrow, after the hour of evening prayer. So the Grand Vizier went back to the bridge, gave the blind beggar first a piece of money, and then a blow, delivered the Caliph's message, and rejoined his master. They passed on towards the palace, but walking through a square, they came upon a crowd watching a young and well-dressed man who was urging a horse at full speed round the open space, using at the same time his spurs and whip so unmercifully that the animal was all covered with foam and blood. Oh. The Caliph, astonished at this proceeding, inquired of a passer-by what it all meant, but no one could tell him anything, except that every day at the same hour the same thing took place. Still wondering, he passed on, and for the moment had to content himself with telling the vizier to command the horseman also to appear before him at the same time as the blind man. The next day, at evening prayer, the Caliph entered the hall and was followed by the vizier, bringing with him the 2 men of whom we have spoken, and a third with whom we have nothing to do. I'm going to guess that this is Andrew Lang cutting out that third person for no good reason, doing some sanitization, but okay. They all bowed themselves low before the throne, and then the Caliph bade them rise, and asked the blind man his name. Baba Abdallah, your highness, said he. Baba Abdallah, returned the Caliph, your way of asking alms yesterday seemed to me so strange that I almost commanded you then and there to cease from causing such a public scandal. But I have sent for you to inquire what was your motive in making such a curious vow. When I know the reason, I shall be able to judge whether you can be permitted to continue to practice it, for I cannot help thinking that it sets a very bad example to others. Tell me, therefore, the whole truth, and conceal nothing. These words troubled the heart of Baba Abdallah, who prostrated himself at the feet of the Caliph. When rising, he answered, Commander of the faithful, I crave your pardon humbly, for my persistence in beseeching your highness to do an action which appears in the face of it to be without any meaning. No doubt, in the eyes of men, it has none, but I look on it as a slight explanation for a fearful sin which I have been guilty, and if your highness will deign to listen to my tale, you will see that no punishment could atone for the crime. I should have known. I should have known it was one of the stories that has a story inside of it. I should have known. So then it's the story of blind Baba Abdallah, and I wonder if the story of Sidi Newman underneath it is the horse guy. And then there's a third one, the story of Ali Khoila, merchant of Baghdad. Maybe that was the third guy. Oh, then there's the enchanted horse. So maybe the enchanted horse is the one. Okay, so this is a whole string of stories. We're definitely not going to get all of them. And as I said, I am eepy and I am hungry. So I think I want to not jump into a big long one. So let's see how long this one is. If it's long, I'm not doing it. Its scroll is small, but it's cut dense paragraphs a little bit. Yeah. What we will do instead is 1 or 2 2-minute mysteries, and then it will be time for Eeps and Feed. Feed! I understand I didn't pronounce it very well. I'm not saying I need to go look at feet. Jesus, oh no, what have I done? Oh no. 2-minute mysteries, okay? Dr. Seuss? Instead of Dr. Seuss? No, not Dr. Seuss. It is 2-minute mysteries. Come here, little book. Where are you, little book? Okay. We'll read a couple of these guys. They're good, short ones to wrap up an evening with. And I will want to put up the little warning for that. But, where are we at? Locked wine cellar. And then, lost spectacles. Okay, I like those two. Maybe we'll do those two. That's what we'll do next. Oh, Herbert time you want? I'll do Herbert in between. You know how I usually hum? I'll do a Herbert in between. How does that sound? Okay, because I already typed this out. I want to get going. When I've already got it out, I want to do it. Okay. And a little warning that these are old. Anything could come up. Okay. Reminders how this works. Oh, cutie. The uppies. I need to get an uppies command made. I meant to do that. But okay. Little snuggles. Little hug. Okay. Case of the locked wine cellar. I will read to it out loud, and then I will read the answer quietly in my head, and then I will maybe give you a hint of how ridiculous the answer is, so that, you know, maybe you can guess, and then I will reread the story with maybe that little kind of, what kind of fiddly nonsense it is, and I will do emphasis on the parts that I think are relevant. And then I'll give you a little bit of time while I play Herbert before I read the answer. I love to see in the chat if you have theories, but you don't have to chat. I'm just giving you a bit of time to think, really. Okay. Locked wine cellar. Because Wentworth Boyd invariably caught the 9:53 express Friday morning and arrived at his country home exactly 2 hours later, Dr. Halegian was able to solve the theft of $50,000 from Boyd's wall safe. One Friday, Boyd broke his habit without advising anyone. On this day, he arrived home shortly before midnight and found his front door ajar. Down in the basement, locked in the wine cellar, he heard his secretary, Nigel Arbiter, shouting for help. "Coming!" cried Boyd. Mr. Boyd, called Arbiter. Robbers! I heard them say they'd catch the midnight train back to New York City. Hit the midnight train to New York City. No, okay. Boyd freed Arbiter, telephoned the police, and drove to the station. Too late. The train had already pulled out, foiling the police as well. Dr. Halegian, at Boyd's request, made his investigation the next day. You say 2 masked robbers forced you at gunpoint to unlock the safe, he inquired. That's right, said Arbiter. Then they forced a pill, some sort of sleeping potion, down my throat. I awoke in the wine cellar just before Mr. Boyd came downstairs. Halegian inspected the wine cellar, a windowless room 15 feet by 9 feet. The door locked from the outside. A single 40-watt bulb cast dim but adequate illumination. Halegian inspected the wine cellar. A wind watch. Okay. Were you wearing it at the time of the robbery? Why, yes, replied the secretary. Then kindly tell us where you hid the money you helped steal, Halegian ordered. What was Arbiter's slip? Okay, I will read. I had a feeling they were going to say he was the one to blame because, well, no one else was in the story. Okay. Okay. I think that it's a little bit off. I mean, like you could kind of understand, but it's like you would want just a little bit more information. You have to infer just a little bit, I think, on a couple spots. That's all. But you can get it. You can totally get it. So I'm going to read it again. Because Wentworth Boyd invariably caught the 9:53 express Monday morning and arrived at his country home exactly 2 hours later, so just about noon, Dr. Halegian was able to solve the theft of $50,000 from Boyd's wall safe. One Friday, Boyd broke his habit without advising anyone. On this day, he arrived home shortly before midnight and found his front door ajar. Down in the basement, locked in the wine cellar, he heard his secretary, Nigel Arbiter, shouting for help. "Come in," cried Boyd. "Mr. Boyd," called Arbiter. "Robbers! I heard them say they'd catch the midnight train back to New York City." Boyd freed Arbiter, telephoned the police, and drove to the station. Too late. The train had already pulled out, foiling the police as well. Dr. Halegian, at Boyd's request, made his investigation the next day. You say 2 masked robbers forced you at gunpoint to unlock the safe, he inquired. That's right, said Arbiter. Then they forced a pill, some sort of sleeping potion, down my throat. I awoke in the wine cellar just before Mr. Boyd came downstairs. Halegian inspected the wine cellar, a windowless room 13 feet by 9 feet. The door locked from the outside. A single 40-watt bulb cast dim but adequate illumination. Halegian inspected the wine cellar, a wind watch. Were you wearing it at the time of the robbery? Why, yes, replied the secretary. Then kindly tell us where you hid the money you had helped steal, Halegian ordered. What was Arbiter's slip? On second reading, actually, I think it's a little... There's a couple holes in the answer, but in theory. Okay. Herbert. here's the answer. Every time they said wind watch, I'm like, what, huh? A wind watch? What are you referring to? And the thing started out with inspected the wine cellar. So that sentence is always like annoying to me. I think they just inspected the wine cellar and saw that the watch that he was wearing. I guess, I don't know. Also strange the guy broke his schedule on that particular day without telling anyone. Yes, a bit odd that he did that. But that is the clue. Okay. As the wine cellar was windowless, Arbiter could not, from just his watch, have known how long he'd been unconscious, or whether it was near to the noon or midnight train, because the clock just goes 1 to 12. Back then, there wouldn't have been a digital watch. Probably, right? No? Yeah, no. Indeed, since Boyd always in the past came home at noon, Arbiter, unless he'd seen Boyd arriving and had his accomplices lock him up, would have supposed it was noon, 12 hours too late to chase the robbers, and so wouldn't have said, they said they were going on the train at this time. You know? So they're trying to say, if he was really unconscious, he wouldn't have assumed that there was any point of saying, go tell the police. He would have just been like, oh no. So there you go. That was why. Wow. You guys were getting it. You knew it was the watch. But I'm just like, I don't know. As I try and type as well. I think he would have possibly been like, hey, the only thing I know is that they were going to go on this train. They're probably in New York already. Maybe someone saw some weirdos get on a train. Like, that would have still, any info after a crime would have been helpful. You know, if he had legitimately heard them say something about catch, why wouldn't he have still said that? Exactly. I'm like, you would have still said something. You wouldn't have just been like, oops. And? Like, no, he would have, yeah. But maybe, I think that was them trying to say that, like, you know, you wake up, maybe you've checked your watch about what time it is whenever you wake up. But, like, yeah. I think it was just that, like, how did you know that you should be saying to hurry about the midnight train? What? 'Cause I looked at my watch. But a watch is only 1 to 12. How did you know it wasn't almost noon when he usually comes home? Like, so I'm just like, I don't think that's quite. It's not quite it. Yeah. But as readers, of course we knew he was in on it because no one else was in the frickin' story. But alright, here is the next story. Let's see how fiddly bullshit this one is. The case of the lost spectacles. How did you obtain a key to the Carlin home? Demanded Inspector Winters. See here, retorted Bartlett. I've been an old friend of the Carlins for 20 years. I resent your... And then interrupted. I've just spoken with John Carlin by long distance, said the inspector evenly. He claims there was $10,000 in negotiable bonds in his strongbox. There's not 10 cents there now, so begin at the beginning. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kate. But I mean, because there was no one else there, we do have to kind of assume they're guilty. Whatever. Bartlett sputtered and then said, Carlin asked me to check his house before he returns from Florida on Tuesday. I had intended to drop by tomorrow. I went today instead because it's been below freezing for the past week, and I thought I'd make sure there was enough heat in the house. Bartlett gazed momentarily at the heavy icicles on the window. Carlin had mailed a key to me from Miami. As I entered the house about 9 this morning, I heard a noise in the study. Who's there? I called, and immediately opened the study door. There were 2 of them. I hadn't a chance once they knocked my spectacles off. I can't see 10 feet without them. The pair tied me up, and it wasn't until 3 hours later that I managed to work free and call the police. Could you identify either of the thieves? If I ever saw them again, said Bartlett. Did you turn the heat up? Why, no, answered Bartlett hesitantly. Okay, sorry. If I ever saw them again, said Bartlett, and then I guess the inspector said, Did you turn the heat up? Why, no, answered Bartlett hesitantly. The thermostat was set for 75, and the house was quite warm enough. In talking to Allegian the next day, the inspector said, I'm convinced Bartlett broke into Carlin's strongbox, but I've nothing to hold him on. Nothing, asserted Allegian, except that he never saw two thieves in the study. Why not? Oh boy. Small hole, but okay, fine. It's a fair thing, and I think you would know if you lived it. It's just that it's still a little bit like not 100%. It's like one of those things of like statistically probably almost definitely, but not for sure, and it's like but anyway, we're gonna read again. How did you obtain a key to the Carlin home? Demanded Inspector Winters. See here, retorted Bartlett. I've been an old friend of the Carlins for 20 years. I resent your... And then interrupted. I've just spoken with John Carlin by long distance, said the inspector evenly. He claims there was $10,000 in negotiable bonds in his strong box. There's not 10 cents there now. So begin at the beginning. Bartlett sputtered and then said, Carlin asked me to check his house before he returns from Florida on Tuesday. I had intended to drop by tomorrow. I went today instead because it's been below freezing for the past week, and I thought I'd make sure there was enough heat in the house. Bartlett gazed momentarily at the heavy icicles on the window. Carlin had mailed me a key from Miami. As I entered the house about 9 this morning, I heard a noise in the study. Who's there? I called, and immediately opened the study door. There were 2 of them. I hadn't a chance once they knocked my spectacles off. I can't see 10 feet without them. The pair tied me up, and it wasn't until 3 hours later that I managed to work free and call the police. Could you identify either of the thieves? If I ever saw them again, said Bartlett. Did you turn up the heat? Why, no, answered Bartlett hesitantly. The thermostat was set for 75, and the house was quite warm enough. In talking to Allegian the next day, the inspector said, I'm convinced Bartlett broke into Carlin's strongbox, but I've nothing to hold him on. Nothing, asserted Allegian, except that he never saw 2 thieves in the study. Why not? Okay, more Herbert. Okay. There we go. You're awake? Oh, I'm sorry, Pudgy. He said he can't see 10 feet, so maybe he's close-sighted. He can see all right close, and so that's why he's having these chats. No, you're all right, Cage. And, Fett's hitting it right on the nose. I don't think they asked questions about the key. I think he just said that voluntarily. Yeah, he glances at the icicles, and then he just mentions he mailed me a key. Didn't mean to fall asleep. Oh. Hey! I feel incredibly honored. Thank you. God, I can make you eat. Wasn't the first question, where did you get a key? No. Was it? Wait, was it? Oh, it was how did you obtain? You're very right. That's not the answer they have here. I think that's what they should have put. Like, it should have been, I'm very concerned, but the point is, usually with these things, it's like, why does Helegian know this thing? Our buddy Helegian is the one that we usually pay attention. Why is he so smart and cool and better? So I guess that's what they meant, but you're very right. If they were asking on behalf of the owner, it should be obvious the owner gave him a key. Like, you said you just talked to him, dude. How did you obtain a key is absolutely the right fucking question. If he's like, oh, he mailed me a key, then why didn't he fucking mention that? But, you know, maybe he just forgot to mention it. But still, the thing that they have listed is about the glasses. I think Fetster gets a couple points for this. Entering a house heated to 75 degrees Fahrenheit from the outdoors on a below freezing day, Bartlett could not have seen anything. His glasses would have been steamed up. They would have been steamed over completely. It's true. He would have gotten steamed up. But the thing is, how much would that have really impaired his vision? And, you know, maybe then he took off his glasses, but then he was real close up. So then he saw them close enough that he did, in fact, see them. But I don't know. He said that he saw them far away and it was 10 days. Like, maybe he says he can't see, but, like, okay, he couldn't see their faces from as far away, but he, like, wiped off his glasses. And, like, or maybe you take off the glasses because they're foggy and you kind of wait for them. But you could still see blurs. Probably, maybe, almost definitely. It's just that you can't see details very well. But I don't know how bad his eyesight is. It's all kind of fiddly. The key sounds better. The key sounds a lot better of an answer. But it wasn't Helegian who knew that. So that's not how they write this, I guess. I think you were right, Fet. I think you get all the points for that one. So there you go. I'm going to need a diagram. If he can see up close, then he could see them while they were tying him up, even without glasses. But I think they meant like, oh, you didn't see anybody if you walked in, because it's like, Cardinus asked me to check on, but I went in, mailed me a key. I heard a noise in the study. Who's there? I called and immediately opened the study door. There were two of them. Yeah, no, this story's full of nonsense. I think his glasses are perfectly fine. That the fogginess is not a problem. He would have taken them off. He knows his friend's house. He goes to the study because he knows where it is. And then he goes in. But then if he took his glasses off because of the fog, then they wouldn't have knocked it off. So, yeah, I think Fet is right. And that's the point that matters. Yeah, Pudgy Fet showed up. Aw, our superb owl finally came in for a superb owl joke. It was good. All right. With that, we will be wrapping up stream. We will be heading to eat. Just about. Oh, no, never mind. Hi, Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. Hello, 15 more people. Hi. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine you guys don't play D&D. I mean, right? Oh no. Writing and reading and Path of Exile. It's all about the lore, baby. Is the story good? Oh my goodness. This is nuts. Yeah, just a quick raid from you guys at the end. Did you hear that I was trying to leave? I can't leave now. Can't leave now. That's not fair. No, that's fine. I can do at least one more story. One more of the 2-minute mysteries with their fiddly bullshit. Hello. Welcome in. I mean, if you have to leave, my lovely rating people's 4 more hours. 4 more hours. Yeah. I'm leaving you with mostly sleepy folk at the end of story time. Well, then, I think we can do one more story at least. Would you want to? It's literally 2-minute mysteries. That's the point of them. Is I can read, we can think, and you can answer in just a handful of minutes at most. Because what I do is I read it once. I read the answer internally. I read it back with maybe a hint for you guys, an emphasis on the when I read the story, try and give emphasis on where the answer is, and then I give you a minute while you try and come up with the answer, and we go. It's just little mysteries, like a detective is working on this. We were just unimpressed with one. Our lovely mod Fett did really good. The mysteries are good, even if they're fiddly nonsense sometimes. It's true, they're very fun. Thank you for the follow, Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. I always read the full name when someone follows, so I have to do that. But here's some D&T frogs, so thank you for jumping in. 10 minutes in and out tops. Yeah, less than that. It's like a 5 minutes to read one, the way I do. All right, the Lost Stamp. We just did the Lost Spectacles, and I was going to wrap up, but now it's the Lost Stamp. So good that they come alphabetized so that I don't have to type as much. Hee hee. All right. Let's do this. I'll read once. I'll read the answer internally. I'll read it again with emphasis, maybe hints. I'll wait for your answers, and then I'll read out the answer. We got this. Imagine that all of them went for us to go in assuming their guilt and suspecting our disbelief. Yes. You're supposed to come at it. I will say some of the hints for... it's very often like, why do we think this person did it? The answer really is because they're the only person mentioned in the story. They wouldn't have said other person because like it's gonna tell you, you know. But anyway, here we go. The case of the Lost Stamp. Dr. Helegian, our kind of Sherlock Holmes character, squatted in the sand in front of Murphy's oceanside home and gazed intently at a seagull's footprints that led to the ocean. Oh no, we're putting it all on a seagull this time, I think. Okay, no. The gull ran across the beach in a takeoff within the past half hour, said Helegian. Else the high tide of half an hour ago would have obliterated its prints. Good grief, said Murphy. I asked you out here to help me calm down to Covey when he arrives, not to tell me about seagulls. So you said, replied Helegian sarcastically. You have the only two existing one-penny Gianni of the 1857 issue, but one stamp blew into the ocean. I guess this is Helegian or somebody talking to our dude, de Covey. Both stamps were on my desk, ready for de Covey to examine, said Murphy. He promised to pay $10,000 for the better one. You said the window behind your desk, the one facing the ocean, was open? Inquired Helegian. Yes, a strong wind was blowing from the land all morning. Suddenly, the window on that side blew open. In the cross-draft, one of the stamps blew off the desk and sailed right into the ocean. I was lucky to save the other. There's not a breath of wind now. It stopped dead half an hour ago, said Murphy, about the time I telephoned you to come over. If one of the two existing Giannis is worth $10,000, the sole remaining one will be worth at least $20,000 to de Covey, said Helegian. You wanted me to corroborate your story. I won't, because you still have the missing other. What made Helegian so sure? See, we knew it was the guy did the bad. That's how that goes. But, okay. Well, this is a silly one. It is a fiddly little fun fact. I think it's a fun fact to learn more than how you would solve this. I don't think anybody knows it. But maybe you know silly little fun fact that will help you solve it. So there's your little hint. And I'm going to reread. Dr. Helegian squatted in the sand in front of Murphy's oceanside home and gazed intently at a seagull's footprints that led to the ocean. The gull ran across the beach in a takeoff within the past half hour, said Helegian. else the high tide of half an hour ago would have obliterated its prints. Good grief, said Murphy. I asked you out here to help me calm down to Covey when he arrives, not to tell me about seagulls. So you said, replied Helegian sarcastically. You have the only two existing one-penny Gianni. I don't think I'm saying this name right any of the times, but Guiani, Guiani, I don't know, of the 1857 issue. But one stamp blew into the ocean. I can promise you the pronunciation of the stamp name is not relevant. Okay, anyway. Both stamps were on my desk, ready for De Covey to examine, said Murphy. He promised to pay $10,000 for the better one. You said the window behind your desk, the one facing the ocean, was open? Inquired Helegian. Yes, a strong wind was blowing from the land all morning. Suddenly the window on that side blew open. In the cross draft, one of the stamps blew off the desk and sailed right into the ocean. I was lucky to save the other. There is not a breath of wind now. It stopped dead half an hour ago, said Murphy, about the time I telephoned you to come over. If one of two existing Guianis is worth $10,000, the sole remaining one will be worth at least $20,000 to De Covey, said Helegian. You wanted me to corroborate your story. I won't, because you still have the missing other. What made Helegian so sure? Well, I see we had to interrupt the storytelling and not even wait for the little time to think to do it. But Fetzner's idea is seagulls take off into the wind, which tracks with the way the wind typically blows from the beach. It was blowing in from the ocean, not out into the ocean. So, you say, take off into the wind, which tracks with the way the wind typically blows. It ran towards the ocean, I think he said. Ran across the beach, take off within the past half hour. Footprints led to the ocean. Yes, so he was blowing into the ocean, which means the wind was blowing away from the ocean. Yep. The tide isn't what it was. It was the seagull. You got it, Bet. You nailed it. The seagull's footprints proved the wind blew from the ocean, not from the land. So the stamp could not have been blown into the water. A seagull, like an airplane, takes off against the wind. Da-da-da! Good job, Bet. Bet landed it. Nice. Good job. You get all the points. Seems like the wind directions have tipped him off that the stamp was not blown away but kept in line. Yeah, it was all about the wind. I asked you to be here to help me with this thing, not look at seagulls, aka find out I'm a liar. Well, too bad, dude. Helegian's just too good. And so is Fat, apparently. I was looking into these, and I heard of one that was a little bit interesting. I was trying to see if there's more of these, because we've got lots in here. It says on the back that there's supposed to be 63 quickies, but there's like a story on each page. And I swear there's over 120 pages. There's 128 pages. And the stories start on page 3. So there's 125 of these in here. We're about halfway. Little less than halfway. So there's tons of them in here considering. But it makes me want to get more. Uno más. What do we say? What do we say? What do you think, Black Tavern Gaming? You have things to do. If you want to leave, I'm going to raid and run, and you leave, and I just bring all the peoples over to where we go. If you want one more, I'll do one more. I'm leaving it to you. And not my little tater fell asleep and the other stuff. I'm just thinking of times I've been to the beach and seen seagulls flying straight into the wind. So much so that they almost look like they're just hovering. Exactly. Look at you. You didn't even know the fun fact. You were just like discovering the fun fact. That's so cool, Vet. You're so smart. Good job. Good job. But, yes. I've left it to Black Tavern Gaming to tell me if I'm reading one more or not. Pudgy. Oh, Gritty Goose. Greedy tater. You a greedy little tater. We did Herbert in between those other stories. It sounds like you're ready for bed. I would say head out and share the love with another. They are fun to read. I feel like if these were bedtime stories, I wouldn't go to bed. I'd be like, no, my brain's awake. I'm thinking of things to do. What are you talking about? Fellow nature observer, as expected of a bird fellow. Yeah. Well, when we come back to these, we will be reading about the case of the marathon runner. So that's what we'll do next time. We will read out. With that, I'm going to remind everyone of my lovely announcement on some of the details for the D&D stream I'm very excited about. If you want more updates on things like that, the Discord or my Blue Sky, either one. Have I linked Blue Sky on my thing? I think I have. Oh my gosh. That is not a seagull. That is not a seagull. That is owl. That is a superb owl. We need a short story about the raven, the owl, the starling, the goose, and the tater. I'm not a raven. 4 hours of reading is stressful in the throat. I just recently had to take a break because I overstrained my waist and tore my vocal cords. Oh, ow! Oh, I'm sorry you hurt yourself. I don't usually hurt myself like that. What I end up doing is I just start reading after like I do some like singing-y warm-ups because I've done some of that. And sometimes there's just a shit ton of frogs in my throat. As we say frogs, like our radioactive frogs, the emotes. So I just do a lot of coughing breaks today. And last week I did too, because I think my throat was a little more dry than normal. Yeah, I never want to overdo it. And as much as I want to do the whispery, cozy stuff, whispers will hurt your throat as bad as screaming. You can only do so much of it. You need to intersperse it. So that's why I try and do like soft spoken, and that's about as best as we can get. But I've been getting more and more animated, and I've been less and less quiet. You guys are being too friendly with me. I'm never relaxing anymore. Frogs and bread brain are occupational hazards. It's true. Or just raven hazards. I think it's just me. I don't know. Either way. I give distinct voice to every character. Ah, yes. I don't do that so much. I do that for some of them. There's been stories where it's written so much in a specific tone that we do that character voice. Like the first one we started doing that with is this old book, just like my 2-minute mysteries. The places I get these weird books. I just get books. I don't know what to tell you. But it's this old poetry book. No, the honk. You will not get brushes. We are wrapping up. I'm sorry. I am refunding. You can have brushes tomorrow. It's this old poetry book from World War I that this dude wrote, and in the poems, he goes between these different characters, basically. I don't think they're really exactly the same person, but basically this character type, at least, that he goes back and forth with about living in the war and that kind of stuff. And there's a very clear Cockney character, and there's also a Scottish guy, and then there was a French guy, but the Cockney guy, it's so intensely Cockney written that it's like, okay, I can't read it without this, because he has all the apostrophes and everything. I'd have to like think and make sure they're the words that he's intending them to be, but then it would also kind of ruin some of the rhymes. And so you just have to jump in and do the character voice for that one. And then similarly, I get pulled in sometimes with a southern accent, especially. So we do that, and it's fun. It's not advised. I do it 3 nights a week, 3 to 5 hours. Oh, we're doing Order of the Phoenix, the Magician. I'm voicing 10 to 20 characters a night, and we sing shanties every night. Yeah, you're gonna hurt yourself. That hydrates for you, man. You hydrate. Damn it. Thanks, Pudgy. Well, I'll hydrate too. Okay, yeah, you gotta be careful with it. Or when you do your character voices, gotta kind of prep them so that they're not gonna put too much of a strain on you either. Choose the voice that does not hurt you, or only use it for a 5 and under. Somebody that's a very little amount of screen time, page time, whatever. But yeah. All right. I hope you rest well. I'm gonna rest well, I think. But we need to rate. And that would be like writing a character who is deep Scot or Irish countryside. You would have to read it how it's written. Yeah, like literally the way he's written. I can't. As my love reader says, if you ain't pissing, you better be making piss. um, I'm not in charge of that. My kidneys are, but I think they're doing that. Thank you, Pudgy. Where are we headed, Fet? Let me see who's up right now. Let me see. Okay. Oh, there's a certain someone that was in here earlier. That would probably be nice, but it's a game. And everybody's sleepy. So we should probably go to ASMR. Annie is up right now. And so if you're awake and don't want to go somewhere quiet, you can go say hi to Annie. Look at me giving her a shout out like that. That's so what? Oh, she sneaky. But I'm gonna send you guys to ASMR. Yes, exactly. Thank you for the rec. But Annie is doing gaming. Oh, it's always quiet. Cage's here to be pro Annie. We're gonna go to Annie then. Have a wonderful evening. It was a pleasure to meet you. Yes, have a great time. I hope to see you again soon. Alright. We're gonna go to Annie. Cause it's Annie. Okay. Let's get the raid messages. Let's get our frows going. Follow your raven heart. Wait, stop moving. Oh my gosh. Stop moving. Oh my god. I can't. This always happens. Okay. Now chat can talk again. I've copied it. Alright. We're gonna start our raid over to Annie. I'm gonna drop this message. I'm gonna say, everybody. Oh, wait. How did that get over here? What the fuck is happening? I don't know what that's about. What the shit is happening right now? Oh my gosh. Everything is insane. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for the raids, everyone. And please go take care of yourselves. What the fuck? What do you mean? I'm losing my mind. Just a little bit. Okay. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. If you're eeping, I hope you eep well. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Why is everything being glitchy? I will sort that out after. I don't need to worry about it right now. I will be back tomorrow. Like I said, I have the news on the D&D stream up. I look forward to that, but it's gonna be a while until you hear anything else about it. So let's go say hi to Annie. Alright. Cozy Frog Raid, let's go. Let's go. Yay. Good night.